Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Uh, all right, we've got a tornado warning out over here in Oklahoma. It is radar indicated right now, north of Prague, Oklahoma. About to move over 99. Our area of rotation is right in here. It's not a very strong area of rotation, but we have seen these storms produce brief tornadoes with not a whole lot. So if you live over here near Arlington, Oklahoma, or just north of Prague, I would be in your safe spots there. I know I'm a little bit late to this event. Just woke up not too long ago. Been feeling a little sick, so I wanted to get full rest, but we are up and live. Also monitoring for other areas of rotation around here, but also we have a pretty decent little area here of some severe thunderstorm warnings as well from Okmulgee all the way up to Pawhuska and to Tulsa. So these are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some damaging winds will be possible out of this storm as it moves into the Tulsa area as well. We have a pretty decently strong lower level jet out in this area, and this precipitation here is bringing those winds down to the surface, and that will be inducive or conducive of causing some stronger winds down there near the surface. So if you live over there near Tulsa or near Sapulpa, Pawhuska, or Okmulgee here in northeastern Oklahoma, make sure that you guys are, indoors and away from windows from these storms. And also be aware that there could be some brief tornadoes as they come through. So we'll be monitoring that for you guys today. Overall, we do have a pretty large area where tornadoes will be possible today. And we got 5% back over here for Tulsa as well. Then as the storms move throughout the day, we should lose instability as we come up here into Missouri, Arkansas, back over here into Mississippi, back over there near Hillsboro, Newton, St. Louis. But there will still be a strong enough jet to potentially produce some briefer tornadoes later on today as our line of storms moves off to the north and east. And then as we go into tomorrow, as you can see, we do have a 5% risk for tornadoes, where we will have instability available. We will have shear available. It's going to be kind of unidirectional, but if we get any type of mesoscale environment where it becomes a little bit less, parallel, we could see some tornadoes back over here into Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama tomorrow, with a smaller risk, but still a risk back over here into Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, parts of Georgia, Tennessee, and Kentucky. So that's what we're talking about today, going into tomorrow with our storm system. And we'll be breaking down a little bit more what the environment could do and once this tornado warning is allowed to expire. But let's go in and check on the latest information here. Our rotation is now north of Prague. You can see right there, there's that area of rotation. Looks like it's not as strong as it was. We do have another area of rotation developing a little bit further up to the north. No debris signature, at least is what I can tell right now, but it's moving over 99 here, just south of Stroud, moving into Deep Fork Wildlife Management Area. So we're going to still keep an eye on this area of our storm. We also have another little rotation developing over here near Stroud, and also just to the west of Shamrock too. So if you guys do live in this area, I would be keeping a close eye on those two little areas of rotation. They're not anything too crazy right now. There's also another one over here south of Oilton as well. So that would be like Lawrence Creek needs to watch that, and Terrellton too. So and a couple areas of rotation to watch. None of them are strong enough to, at least on the northern side of this tornado warning, prompt a tornado warning. But if those do strengthen as we get closer and closer to Tulsa, then we could see a tornado warning. So it's not guaranteed, but I would be on your toes, keeping an eye on these storms as they move into your area, as there is going to be a tornado threat, especially with some of these storms further up to the north as this moves into the Tulsa area. It's not guaranteed, but I would definitely be aware. Let me go get my music up. Good morning, everybody. Does everybody got their coffee? Everybody got their coffee ready? We just got an update on our tornado warning. Looks like they're going to be allowing this tornado warning to expire. So that's good news there. So let's go ahead and take off this. Still have to do this manually, unfortunately. Let's see, do that to that, that to that. There we go. And what else did I have to do? That, 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 and that. Let's get chat up as well. Already finished your coffee. Been at work for 3 hours. There you go. Early grinder. Ice cold tea for me. How am I feeling? I still got a little bit of congestion, but overall I'm feeling a little bit better for sure. But definitely on the side of the sickness and where I am probably not going to be sick tomorrow, hopefully. But I still have some smaller symptoms. You get a doctor's appointment on your day off. Well, that's always fun. Yeah, we do have a tornado watch out here for Tulsa, Claremore, Bartlesville, Muskogee, Tahlequah, Stillwell, going into Benton and Fayetteville, and also Neosho as well. All need to be watching out for tornadoes. Again, not a guarantee, but there are kinematics in place that do support some tornado threat today, where we could see a couple of brief tornadoes. I think we've already seen a couple of those already this morning, and that could definitely continue into the rest of the morning and potentially further on down the line if we can get some extra instability out in front of our storm, or we get some stronger wind shear just interact with our storms just right. Let's come back down here and check in on our areas of rotation. So yeah, we still have a little area of rotation here south of Stroud, but again, not very strong rotations here, just a lot of little ones. We got another one over here near Shamrock, another one over here near Oilton as well. Just a couple of little areas of rotation to keep an eye on, and we got some pretty strong winds about to move into the Tulsa area too. 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through. That's going to be going mainly into central Tulsa and northern Tulsa, and then we got another storm to our south that is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's a considerable damage threat there. So if you guys live anywhere over here near Bristow or Okemos, definitely be watching out for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. That could definitely knock down some trees and take out some power there. 70-mile-per-hour winds is when things get a little bit, you see the wind around you and you're like, okay, this is getting a little crazy. That's pretty much the threshold for that. 60-mile-per-hour winds still kind of feels a little bit hectic, but 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's definitely gonna make you think sometimes, if you're not used to it, that it might make you think you're in a tornado, but you're not. It's a straight line damaging winds, but we'll let you know if some rotation does develop. So just make sure that you guys are indoors and away from windows down there. Sorry, I haven't been feeling well. Apparently it is some sort of virus that's been going around all across the country. I like almost every single one of my friends has gotten it, including myself. So it seems like it's very contagious, whatever it is. All right. Yeah, let's go check to see what our cameras are showing. Let me see where I have them set up. Okay, here we go. Let's see what's happening. Hey, thank you. 318 40 or 318 FNL for the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Watching you in Mr. Robinson's classroom at Parish High School in Monroe, LA. Thank you for keeping us informed. Mr. Robinson's classroom. Like, are you on your phone while class is happening? Is that what's going on? If so, probably not the smartest idea. You might get detention. Unless you're allowed to. But I don't want to get you in trouble. Trying to see if I can get these Oklahoma cameras to work here. Like a lot of the cameras in Tulsa might be down. Try one further south here. Let me just check the website to make sure it's not my app. We'll come back over to the radar view while I figure out what's going on with these Tulsa cameras. No, he's showing me on the big screen for the class. Oh, wow. Well, shout out to, who is it again? Mr. Robinson. Class is in session. I don't want to hear any fart jokes. Okay, the cameras are working. I don't know why they're. Class is in session. No 6-7s or it's immediate detention. You will get a star deducted from your good star list. No spitballs. I'm watching you. I have eyes on you, Mr. Robinson. I'm relying on you to be my eyes. Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's see. OklahomaTraffic.org. I'm going to put that here. They're working. They're just not working on my app for some reason. I don't know why it's not picking it up. So we'll just go ahead and do all this. Okay. So there. And then we'll go up to Tulsa. Where do we want to go? We do have a pretty decently strong portion of the line about to come into this area. We'll check to see what this one's looking like. See if we can get any eyes there. That's a decent view. And then we'll come over to here and we'll set up the same web page. And we'll get a different perspective from this camera. We'll have two perspectives. By the way, if you live in Oklahoma City, these storms are past you and you guys are good to go for the rest of the day. So you'll be able to finish your morning routine in peace. Two tornadoes reported so far. Okay. Please, someone please explain the 6-7 thing. The thing is that it's not explainable. That's where the joke is. They say it and then all the old people freak out trying to figure out what it means. And that to the younger generation is hilarious. All right, latest update on our line here. We are just to the east of Oilton, still moving off to the east with this storm, heading close to Sapulpa and Tulsa. Again, we are seeing still some areas of rotation here. Not very strong. Again, not tornado warning worthy yet, but these can, in this stronger shear environment, intensify quite quickly sometimes. So we're still keeping an eye on these, and I still want folks in Sand Springs and Sapulpa to at least be indoors and away from windows. Also, another developing circulation happening over here south of Pawhuska, moving up close to Winona and Barnesdale as well. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you guys are indoors and away from windows, as that it comes closer and closer to your area. Further down to the south, we are watching this storm back over here near Holdenville. Just got severe warned. A little area of rotation there as well. You can see by the reds on the southern side and some of these grays on the north side, indicating that there is some directional shear in the lower levels. And Holdenville, Yeager, Wetumpka, Hornton, and Dustin all need to be at least indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are still possible. Our strongest severe thunderstorm warning continues to be this guy back over here near Bristow, Foley, Castle. So please continue to watch out for those 70-mile-per-hour winds, as those are certainly possible there. Let's come over to Weather Circle and see if we have any reports out of this area. We do not have any reports yet here. And it is hard to see these warnings. I got to make those thicker. OKC here, heck of a wake up. Yeah, I bet. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma here. Nice. Yeah, guys, if you have any storm reports to report, report them here at Weather Circle. Basically, it puts a little dot on the map so we can see where that report came from. You know, we got radar, we've got the models over here, we got pretty much everything you could need, at least for some simple weather forecasting. Do daily forecasts and all of that, and it's my app. I'll put the link in the description here if you guys want to come over here and give us some reports. You do have to pay $1, at least $1 to do reports. That's $1 per month, or you could do $10 per month. It's a sliding slider, so you can either do cheaper or more expensive for your monthly sub. You get to decide how much you pay, and that should be based on your income level. So we're leaving that trust on you guys. Let's come back over to our weather cameras. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty darn rainy out there, that's for sure. Oh, was that a little lightning bolt? No, that's just a raindrop reflecting something there. Hope you're doing well. I mean, I just got done with the sickness. I'm dealing with some weird anxiety issues, but I'm starting to get over those. Overall, decent headspace. So I would say that that's good. Definitely back against the wall financially, which is kind of crazy. I just feel like every little penny I get goes away immediately now. It's hard to get up. All right, latest area of rotation here. That's actually looking pretty interesting over here near Bristow. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but there is definitely some rotation here near Pulaski. Stronger winds on the southern side there, so definitely some stronger winds about to come into Bristow, and an area of rotation right along Highway 44. Oh, just got a new tornado warning back down here near Wetumpka. Interesting. Not a whole lot of rotation there. Must be seeing that from another radar. Probably from this one. Huh. That's quite interesting. But yeah, new tornado warning back over here. That's going to be for Wetumpka. Wetumpka needs to be getting into their safe spots. Not a whole lot of rotation, but we might have some sort of storm report down there, maybe of a funnel or something. Let me check out our warning details. Let's see. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Yeah, these storms are moving quick. Holy moly. That is a fast moving storm. Tornado watch has just been issued for Broken Arrow until 12 p.m. Just got the notification on your phone. Yeah. So the let me see if I can somehow, we'll just like do this, clear that out. So yeah, you can see that in this black area, that is the tornado watch. It was just issued not too long ago. That's going to be for Owasso, Tulsa, Bixby, Wagoner, Muskogee, Eufaula, Stigler, Salisal, Stillwell, Grove, Miami, Nowata there in Oklahoma, and then coming into parts of Arkansas, we're talking about Bella Vista, Bentonville, Shalom Springs, Springdale, Farmington, Prairie Grove, and then back over here into Missouri. We're talking about Neosho is in that tornado watch as well. So we had a decent amount of wind just above our head. That is, you know, the instability isn't too crazy out in front of these storms, but we have some strong wind shear. And that's allowing any storm that can just get tall enough into the atmosphere to start to spin. Yeah, back over here near Wetumpka, let's come check on our latest rotation. You know, I'm still keeping my closest eye on this area of rotation over here near Clearview. That one's definitely sticking out to me, and I'm still keeping an eye on this area of rotation over here near Bristow as well. Still not seeing any sneaky debris signatures, thankfully. Doesn't look a lot of our rotations further up to the north are not getting stronger, so that's good. But back over here near Winona, definitely some stronger wind gusts and maybe a little bit of rotation over there south of Pershing. But again, You know, not anything super serious yet, but if we can see this gust of wind maybe get a little bit more oriented like this, that's when we're really going to start to get concerned about it. When it's more, when the green is more on the south and the red's a little bit more on the north. You can see our axis in between those two is like this, but if that becomes more like this, that's when we start to get a little bit more concerned for a spin up. All right, let's come back down, or let's just come here so everybody can see their storm here for a second. Got the alert for Bentonville. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it for you. I'm from the southwest of England in Exeter. We have a 100-mile-per-hour storm tonight. Jeez. That is crazy. Kind of butchered Owasu name. Yeah, that's going to happen. It's what I do best. You can ask anybody in chat. I am really good at not saying city names correctly. So if you want to correct me, go right ahead. The problem is my short-term memory and long-term memory, due to my ADHD, is absolutely cooked. So yeah, I don't remember what you tell me. I'm gonna see if I can find any better views of this storm. Here's west. This should be our best view here. Not going to really see much. It's very rainy out there, but the main line of storm should be coming through here shortly. If any tornado warnings happen near Tulsa, we will be able to get a camera view on it. Max is much better at mispronunciating names. Crap. I got to work on that then. I could do worse. I want to be the best mispronunciator to ever live. Sapulpa. All right, let's come back down here. Latest tornado warning info here. Little area of rotation down over here east of Holdenville. I'm now keeping an eye on. That's going to be moving north of Horntown. And then probably move south of Wetumpka. Gonna be a close call. Kind of got my eyes on Dustin though. So if you live in Dustin, I would definitely be keeping an eye on this rotation down here. We're keeping a close eye on it. Not seeing a debris signature yet. Anything serious enough to be able to call a 100% tornado. All right, let's go check a little bit further north again. Yeah, we still got a couple areas of rotation here near Bristow that I'm keeping an eye on. One south of Bristow, one north of Bristow. Looks like Bristow's kind of threading the needle on these smaller rotations. Also another broader one here just to the west of Slick that I'm keeping an eye on. Come up further to the north, looking good here. Oh, got a new tornado warning just issued up here for Barnesdale, Torpedo, Okessa, Kaiheki as well. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. That's going to be for this area of rotation. Not any super strong rotation with this storm right now, but definitely enough to prompt folks to get into their safe spots. If you live over there near Tall Ant, Neelagany, Fight and Torpedo need to be getting into their safe spots. Bartlesville, parts of Bartlesville are in this tornado warning. Like if you live over here near Bartlesville Municipal Airport, I would be in your safe spots there as well. So now we got 2 tornado warnings ongoing here. That's not what I wanted to do. Anyone? There we go. My alert's not working. No, I've been trying to contact the guy that made the program, but he's apparently gotten a new job and it's just not very available. So my alerts, I asked him if I could get the program so I can fix it myself, but he hasn't really been present, so I have no control over that. I might have to make another new warning program for myself, which I'm probably just about to start to do or work on. Yeah, latest information on our northern tornado warning. Just got that newest scan in. Still some broader circulation over near Nalagani. Man, these are hard to say. Woolarock, Okessa, Fight, and Torpedo. Still all need to be in their safe spots there. Got a couple areas of some spin happening over here, also south and west of Barnesdale, that I am keeping an eye on there. Back down over here, a little area of rotation now developing near Sand Springs, which we'll be able to get a view on here shortly as that comes closer to Tulsa. Some stronger wind, it looks like, happening just to the south and east of Lawrence Creek. There, a little rise there in some of those wind speeds, and we still got a couple areas of rotation near Bristow, two right here, just to the east of Bristow. All right, let's come back down here to our southern tornado warning. Yeah, this area of rotation, still keeping an eye on that, and still a little area of rotation just to the south of Wetumpka as well. Both of those are moving up to the north and east towards Dustin still. So Dustin still needs to be in their safe spots. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, definitely feeling a little bit better. Not 100% yet, but we are getting there. Question: why did I turn on subscriber only mode? I usually turn it on before the stream happens, but when I'm rushed, I turn it on later when I remember. Some gusty winds out there. Yeah, one of these warnings, let me just double check to make sure we haven't had. Yeah, still have a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning just to the east of Bristow, near Slick. Yeah, it's mainly for my mods. Subscriber only mode. Makes their job easier, and it also stops some of the trolls and bots. But I usually turn it on before stream. All right, let's see here. Yeah, no new info here, so we'll just wait until that latest scan comes back in. Let's come back over to our cameras and kind of get lined up for this one area of rotation. Yeah, it looks like the closest we'll be able to get is going to be... Let's see. Yeah, right. I guess the camera we were just looking at is technically our closest camera to any of our rotations right now. Tornado risk for Claremore. Yeah, you guys are under a 5% tornado risk out there. So if you live over here near Claremore, I would definitely be keeping an eye. You guys are in a tornado watch right now. So yeah, definitely be keeping your eye on these storms. All right, let's go over to Weather Circle. See if we have any reports in the area. We do not. Check the Hangout. Someone has indicated that they just replaced their goose. All right. Thank you. But yeah, if you guys live out over here near Bartlesville and Tulsa, we definitely want to see your storm reports. So send them in. What you guys are experiencing out here. We're definitely we'll show it live here on stream so everybody can know what is happening. That's the purpose of this app, to get those storm reports out there. All right, let's come back over here. All right, latest check on our storm here. Actually got a new little area of broader rotation developing now just to the west of Dewey. That's going to be heading up towards like Copen Lake. Over here near Barnesdale, still an area of some broader circulation. Still not seeing any debris, but that is moving towards Woollark and Torpedo in fight right now. That's the latest update there. Back over near Tulsa, still monitoring a couple of areas of rotation. Even got one developing over here near Sand Springs as well. Still some stronger winds showing up on radar. Just to the south and east of Sand Springs. That's going to probably move up into southern Tulsa, close to central Tulsa there, where it might get a little hectic there. Still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, though. All right, let's come back down, all the way down to Wetumpka, where we're still monitoring this little area of rotation, moving up towards Dustin. Still not seeing any debris out of the storm. Let's see. Yeah, looks like they're going to be allowing this tornado warning to expire in 6 minutes. What did you say my memory loss was caused by? My short-term and long-term memory is probably as bad as it is due to many concussions and blackouts that were caused while playing football. I played football from like 5 years old all the way until about 16. And that was all pads, full contact. So anything mental that's wrong with me, I always attribute to that. Probably wasn't the smartest thing for me to do. But I loved football so much when I was younger. Fortunately, though, did not have the stature to compete as I got older. Yeah, keeping an eye. We are getting some stronger winds develop here near Barnesdale, and sometimes that can spin up some rotation. So I'm keeping an eye on this southern area, just to the south and east of Barnesdale. This is going to be heading towards Ochlata. And then this little area of rotation, actually east of Nanos, is getting a little bit stronger and more tight. Let me see if there's another radar we can look at that with. No, not really. Let me move up my mic here a little bit. Going on. There we go. But yeah, keeping an eye on that area of rotation south of Hurd. Also, maybe some stronger winds potentially about to move into Okmulgee. This is the part of the storm that's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So if you live in Okmulgee, be watching out. As far as I can tell, there's probably some stronger winds just to the west of Okmulgee. Let's come back down to Wetumpka. Yeah, I think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire in 4 minutes. I'm just not seeing enough rotation to keep this tornado warning going here. I think that one's going to be allowed to expire. They'll probably keep this one going for a little bit longer over here near Bartlesville. And I'm watching this northern area to see if we're going to get any tightening circulations there. But yeah, definitely some stronger winds about to move into the Tulsa area. We're probably going to get it right in and along near where 44 intersects, 344 near Berry Hill, Lester, Brooks, Red Fork, and Garden City. Definitely got a pretty nice, or not nice, but pretty, what's the best word? Pretty decent area of wind gust there about to come into Tulsa. Pretty active weather day for a Thursday morning, I would say. I got my coffee here. Significant winds. I mean, they're definitely strong enough. Definitely strong enough to probably get you a little bit worried, but they're not warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We haven't seen any 70-mile-per-hour wind reports. I can check, though, on our storm reports. Let's come over to here. Well, to the Weather Circle app. We'll turn on our storm reports. Hail and wind. Yeah, it looks like we had 2 tornado reports. Wow. One near Norman, actually, near Stella, Oklahoma. Another one near North Purcell, Oklahoma. We had some wind reports near Shawnee. 4-inch tree limbs down near Shawnee. Roof damage to a Holiday Inn in Adelote, Oklahoma. Our last wind report associated with some of our storms, we had a thunderstorm wind gust of 88 miles per hour potentially. Yeah, 88 miles per hour near Winona. So if you live in Bartlesville, watch out for that. That's significant winds there for sure. And again, That could be possible anywhere along this line as it moves off to the east. Also, we got a little hail report out here, 1-inch hail near Cromwell, Oklahoma. So those are our storm reports there. Looks like nobody's reported anything else out over here in the Tulsa and Bartlesville area. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Yeah, that was a very strong wind gust. That's probably why they issued this tornado warning, was based off of that wind gust. It's like, yeah, that seems like a little bit more than just some straight line winds. All right, let's come back down. Yeah, it looks like our stronger winds are just about to enter into Tulsa. Let me get both of our cameras ready here. Our furthest west is going to be this camera here. And then I kind of want one like just on the corner. What did I do? That's a pretty good view. Yeah, okay, we got our cameras ready for the wind. The good news is I'm not seeing any strong areas of rotation. The only little areas I'm seeing is this one over here near Slick, one north of Slick, and then we've got a kind of weaker rotation here just to the west of Sapulpa, at least around the Tulsa area. Looks like our rotation further up to the north here is still pretty broad, so that's good news. This one further down to the south has gotten broad as well. Latest scan, still a little bit broad, maybe a little bit tighter rotation over there near Wolark, heading towards Torpedo, and still also watching this little northern circulation here as well, and the one further up to the north near Bowring. Come back down here. Looks like this southern tornado warning was just allowed to expire, and we don't have any new reissuance of it, so everybody can come out of their safe spots. Not really seeing much rotation for them to reissue, and that's probably why they didn't do that. Little update on our winds. South of Sand Springs, about to push into Sand Springs and then into the southern and central area of Tulsa. Still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds there. We are getting pretty close to our radar, so let's read what this is saying. Potentially, 65-mile-per-hour winds, maybe making it down to the surface there. So that could definitely cause some power outages if that continues to happen there. It's going to be an all-day thing. It could be, just depends. I mean, we do have a tornado risk for today that extends all the way into Arkansas and Missouri, and then eventually into Taylorsville, Hillsboro, Memphis, Dyersburg, all in that area. So you're busy this morning. Understandable help. Well, thank you for coming in, at least for a little bit. You're worried about how that line's going to be doing later today, if and when it finally gets up near me in St. Louis. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it. We'll be keeping an eye. It's definitely going to be a damaging wind threat. Well, we're going to look at the models here in a little bit if we can get some time to do that. Yeah, latest scan is just come in. Still an area of rotation here south of Torpedo. This will move into Bartlesville here shortly. Again, not super tight, not super concerning. You see, we got our greens over here, our brighter reds over here, and some grays in between, indicating that we still have some larger and broader rotation. The rotations that concern us for tornadoes are typically tighter. Like if these greens were right next to these kind of reds, that would be worrying. But as you can see, they are separated by some gray there, which indicates that our rotation is still a little bit broad. But if that does tighten up before it goes into Bartlesville, it will probably extend this tornado warning off into like central Bartlesville. Okay, little update here. Noticing a little area of some stronger, or not stronger rotation, but of some rotation developing here south of Shalom Springs. And also a weird little signal here. Let me just make sure that's like a little glitch. Yeah, I think that's a little glitch. I think there's like a building there that's causing that. I don't think that's a tornado. Yeah, it looks like those winds are about to move in. Let's come over to our cameras, see if we're seeing anything. I just want to see what these winds actually are like. The radar can say one thing, but the on-the-ground truth is what matters most. Lots of rain in Catoos. Thank you for the update there. You can kind of see the leading edge of the storm here. It's very rainy around the storm, but you can definitely see some sort of leading edge here. So it is about to push in that main line into Tulsa. Come back over to this camera. Yeah, still not seeing that wind yet. It's not quite into central Tulsa yet. Okay, we have an update over here on Weather Circle. Looks like Southern Dad is planning to steal North Grandma's goose. That is, don't do that. And WSDDS is asking, how's everyone's day? So if you're in chat, let us know how your day's going. Yeah, nobody in this area though reporting just yet. Again, you guys can send storm reports for your area here on Weather Circle. That is the purpose of this app. So come on through and let us know what you guys are seeing. Link is in the chat. All right, let's see here. Thank you, Charsoul, for becoming a WIMD member, and thank you, Justin, for being a member for 10 months. Thank you. All right, looks like that the main line is about to move into Tulsa here. So they did just extend our tornado warning up here for Bartlesville, Dewey, Juan, and South Coffeyville. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. That's mainly for this area of rotation that's about to move into Western Bartlesville and Dewey. So make sure that you guys get into your safe spots immediately there. Again, it's the lowest, most interior room of your house. Many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Hey, Olivia, for becoming a WIMD member. Sorry to intrude. I have bad weather anxiety. I want to know any relieving news for St. Louis. The relieving news is that we're not talking about as tornadic as an environment that we are dealing with right now for St. Louis, but there is going to be a little tornado chance. I wouldn't let it stress you out too much. You do have a long time before it gets there. And we'll be going over the latest timing on the models as soon as we get a break here from our tornado warnings. Looks like they did also upgrade our severe thunderstorm warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds for the Tulsa area. So be expecting potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds as this storm moves through Tulsa. And it looks like we're starting, those strongest winds are about to potentially go into southern Tulsa here. Let's change our cameras really quick. You definitely see the rain is picking up there, but I want to get a camera right where that center of that wind is about to move through. We'll go here first. And then over here, we'll move this a little bit. Further to the east. Actually, that's going to go northeast. So I want to go like here. Watching for those 70-mile-per-hour winds to come through. We'll see what this is about. This is probably going to be the first area to get impacted, though. So we'll watch this place first. Watch those trees. Right now, it doesn't seem too windy, though. So we'll see. Again, sometimes the radar says one story and the ground truth says another story, but somewhere near in Tulsa is going to get pretty windy here. We could see some power outages. think we might have just gotten a report here. Yeah, so Josh Hart is saying Choctaw, dark, windy, rain on and off. That's in Choctaw, or yeah, Chiocta. Don't know how to say that correctly. But just for folks, if you're trying to post videos and photos, unfortunately, that takes a lot of memory. But you can subscribe to Circle Pro for $1. And that gives you all the features of the app. Or you could do it for 10. It's a little slider. Uh-oh. A little bit stronger rotation now. Now into northern Bartlesville. Right there, just to the south and west of Dewey. Near Caney River. That's a little bit concerning. That could be pretty close to producing a tornado there, just north of Bartlesville. So if you live in Dewey along 75, I would be in your safe spots. That is definitely some of the stronger rotation we have seen today, or at least while I've been live. So if you live in Dewey, make sure that you are in your safe spots. This is definitely ramping up a little bit here. North Bartlesville, about to go very close to Dewey, if not directly into Dewey, Oklahoma. So watch out there. Tornado siren sounding here. Yeah, Bartlesville. The worst is past central Bartlesville. That rotation is in northern Bartlesville right now. Potentially, that could even be a tornado on the ground, and we're just not seeing a debris signature yet. So, that is strong enough rotation, especially if you compare that to some of the rotations we've seen produce tornadoes today. That could very well produce a brief tornado. So if you live in Dewey, I would definitely be in your safe spots there. Also just got a severe thunderstorm warning extended off to the east for Delaware. This one's going to be for 70 miles per hour as well. So if you live in Delaware, Oklahoma, make sure that you guys are indoors and well away from those windows. All right, looks like the winds are moving through Tulsa right now, central Tulsa, and moving off to the east, probably getting some wind all the way through Tulsa right now with this storm. Little area of rotation also developing here just to the west of Jenks. Keeping an eye on that. That's going to be coming very close to the airport out here, Tulsa Riverside Airport. So if you're living around in that area, keep your eye on the stream. We'll let you know if that rotation ends up doing anything surprising. Let's see. Maybe a little bit of rotation back over here as well, about to enter into central Tulsa. Let's go back and check our cameras. Okay, this is what it looks like in the Tulsa region right now. Looks like it's a little bit windier. You can see this camera is starting to shake here. We just got a new tornado warning. Sounds like. Oh, no, that's just an update on the older one. Never mind. You're right next to the Riverside Airport. Yeah, I'd be keeping an eye on that rotation. If it gets stronger, you might not have a whole lot of time to get to your safe spots. So, I'll leave that decision up to you. Yeah, these cameras are in the Tulsa area. It's definitely windy. Yeah, look at that. You see the rain moving across the screen here? It is getting windier. Those are some pretty strong winds moving through. At least the strongest winds we've seen so far here into central Tulsa. You can see that wind and rain moving across the screen. Definitely getting windier. It seems like the stronger winds might be just on the back side of the line. How do you get Weather Circle? You just come to this link. You sign up with your email, make a password, and yeah. And you get Weather Circle. You can make storm reports there. You see weather models. You can see the NWS storm reports on it. You can do forecast for your area through your profile. A lot of really cool weather things on that app. Or on our app. It's my app. I made it. Yeah, definitely some stronger winds coming through. And still keeping an eye on this area of rotation here. Not seeing a debris signature, but that's about to go just north of the Riverside Airport into Hope Valley now. And also St. Francis Hospital. So we're about to have these winds move more into eastern Tulsa now. Let's come back up here towards Bartlesville. Okay, our rotation is not as strong now as this is moving into Dewey. Looks like Bartlesville is good to come out of their safe spots now. But Wan and South Coffeyville still want you guys in your safe spot. Do a little bit more of a wider view so everybody can see where this storm is going. Yeah, Bartlesville can come out of their safe spots. What does Little Rock, Arkansas look like? Probably just, you know, a threat for some damaging winds. Oh, wow. This camera's getting some strong winds now. Look at that. Holy moly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely strong winds inside of this storm. Look at that. This is a little bit farther south in Tulsa. You can really see that wind moving across the screen there. That is indicative of at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds for sure. Doesn't seem like they last for too long, though. Definitely still windy there. The camera is shaking, just not as much rain. Yeah, it really seems like that wind is on the backside, just on the backside of the line. Okay, still watching this area of rotation here. I'm going to get a camera on 44 on the leading edge of this rotation, just in case it tries to do something. I want to make sure we do have eyes on this. That'll be this camera here. Let's face it, southwest. Oh yeah, you can see the leading edge of the storm down here a little bit too. It is definitely still an area of rotation that should be monitored. It's just about to move into Hope Valley and then into like near trade winds in 44 near East 51st Street South. Heading pretty close to Birmingham, Patrick Henry areas, the Reesers, Ricardos, here into southern Tulsa. But keep your eye on the right side of the screen there, and in the middle of the screen, as there is rotation approaching this camera. It's not super strong, but we're going to keep an eye on it. We've seen brief rotations produce tornadoes today, so we just got to keep an eye on every little one of them, just in case they try to do a quick little uptrend in their rotation. Because if they do try to produce, that rotation will happen in one scan, and then bam, all of a sudden you got a tornado on the ground, and that can happen pretty quickly with this kind of storm. So we really got to be on our toes here for the next couple of minutes here in Tulsa near Okmulgee, and also to the east of Bartlesville. They just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Broken Arrow, Catoosa, Ulaga, still to 70 mile per hour winds, but they're keeping that 70 mile per hour wind warning. And yeah, that's going to be for Claremore too. Keeping an eye here. What we're looking for is one, strong winds, and two, the any power flashes. So if you see any like flashes emanating from the ground that are like greenish blue, then that can indicate a brief tornado as well. Okay, looks like we're getting another report out of our area here. Looks like Nathal, this is on Weather Circle, says getting a lot windier in Broken Arrow. Thank you. And then some Weather Boy says here in Columbus, Ohio, super sunny, warming up. Nice. Yeah, it's going to be warm on the eastern side of the storm for sure. Yeah, that's directly in Tulsa. So that was a report out of Tulsa. As you see, a dot pops up when you post, but when you zoom in, it disappears. So no one can get your exact location. if you're worried about stuff like that, which I'm sure a lot of you guys are. Let's come back up and check in this tornado warning here near Juan. Good news, not seeing any strong rotations here. Keeping an eye for any sneaky debris signatures, but still technically want Juan and South Coffeyville to be in their safe spots, just in case. All right, let's come back down here. Looks like our area of rotation on the southern side has gotten a little bit weaker here, so that's good. They're near 44. That's about to come through our camera, though, so let's just watch this just to make sure that the radar is lining up with what we're seeing on the ground. Your transformer blue. Okay. Thank you for that report. Do you still have power? Yeah, there could be some 70-mile-per-hour winds on this portion of the storm as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this camera, not only for any tornado threat, but also for strong winds. This is in southern Tulsa along 44. Thank you, KM. I appreciate that. I don't think that's TDS. No, not in Ashland. There's a little area of rotation there, though. Near Ashland, Oklahoma, that will be eventually moving close to McAllister. But it's not very strong rotation, but we will be keeping an eye on it. All right, here comes the rain. No strong winds yet, but I do believe that as the stronger rain comes in and we get closer to the backside of the storm, we'll definitely see those winds pick up. TDS is a tornado debris signature, which indicates that a tornado is on the ground, but I am not seeing that near Ashland. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that camera. Bartlesville's in the clear now. You guys, the storm is past you. It's still going to be windy on the backside of the storm, but the main portion, the tornado portion of the storm is past you guys. Thank you, PPN. I appreciate that. Is Joplin, Missouri safe? You guys are really close to a tornado watch, so I would be keeping an eye on it. Our last tornado warning, technically, if that were to happen near you, that storm would be north of you. So I would say there's a tornado chance there for Joplin. I'd be keeping your eye on these storms. Tornado derangement syndrome. That's kind of a funny joke, I have to admit. Still some rotation here. Move my camera. Let me just make sure. Let me just double check where this camera is. Might move it a little bit more to the north and east. Yeah, we'll move it to here. And we want to be looking southwest. No view of the sky there. We'll look southeast here. And that should be directly over our camera now. Keep your eye out for any flashes. Again, not a very strong area of rotation, but we're just keeping an eye on all these little ones just in case they spin up quickly. That is the characteristic of our storms today. Tornado on a January morning is crazy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. That is a little crazy. Not something you, not a sentence you would expect to say. It's technically possible, but it's not a sentence that you would expect to say. So I agree with you there. It looks like all of these severe thunderstorm warnings are now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds all the way across the board. So if you live in Eufaula, Choctaw, Muskogee, I would certainly be indoors and away from windows as those 70-mile-per-hour winds come through. These are some pretty strong winds with this storm. About to push through Muskogee and also Nowata. Somebody please give some water to Nowata. They ain't got no water. All right, And they're trying to tell you, why is nobody giving, well, I guess they're about to get a lot of water from the sky, since everybody's ignoring the fact that no water has no water. Mic is out, no volume. It's definitely working on my end. Definitely working on my end. All right, let's come back up here and check in on Bartlesville. Yeah, still not seeing any decent rotation up there further up to the north. So I think they're going to be allowing this to expire. It expires in 21 minutes. Well, yep, there it goes. They actually just allowed it to expire. So there we go. We are now tornado warning list, but hopefully that lasts for a while. Hopefully that lasts for a while, but we haven't had really many breaks. Yeah, mic is fine. Yeah. Yeah, the mic is fine, guys. Are you the only one that can't hear Evan? I would suggest you turn the volume up on your phone, sir. All right, looks like next in line for these potential 70 mile per hour winds is going to be Claremore, Catoosa, Broken Arrow. I might get in on that, but the worst of it might go just north of Broken Arrow. You have your volume up. Interesting. And you still can't hear me. Can you hear the music? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Now you can. Interesting. That might have been a YouTube bug. All right, latest here on this little area of rotation. It's still technically there, but it's a little bit weaker than it was. Heading into Magic Circle in Columbus. Next in line is going to be Plainview Heights and Tower Heights. Still keeping an eye on this. Again, not super strong rotation, but the theme for today has been really brief tornadoes. So just be on your toes here near Catoosa. Let me bring our cameras a little bit further to the north and east if I can here. At least this one. Yeah, right here should be good. They just extended our severe thunderstorm warning for 70 miles per hour off to the east. So that's going to be for Chelsea, Bushy Head, and Foyle here into northeastern Oklahoma. Thank you, Olivia, for the $2. Let me tell me why your cat smells like popcorn. Have you eaten popcorn in the future? Dude said I can't hear you and then proceeded to answer your question. Suspicious. Ah, good catch. Good catch. He was lying. I'm surprised I didn't catch that. Usually I catch those things pretty quickly. That was after you reloaded the stream. Okay. My popcorn smells like cat. Now that's a problem. They got a broken arrow, broken bow, and no water. Wow, yeah, you guys are in shambles out there. Arrow's not working. They don't got water. Someone send help immediately to Oklahoma. All right, little area of rotation developing here just to the west of Nowata. That is going to be coming up just north of Nowata here. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that. Not super strong, again. Not any indication that is tornadic at the moment, but we are keeping an eye on all of our little rotations just in case. Again, that has been the theme for today. Small but quick tornadoes. Change my title, but are the warnings all in Oklahoma? Yes, all the warnings are in Oklahoma right now. Probably within the next hour. These storms are moving very fast to the east. They're moving to the northeast at 75 miles per hour, which is almost unreal speed. So they're going to be in Arkansas and Missouri probably within the hour or two. We have water. It just sucks. I know. It's a stupid joke that I'm making, but I'm going to continue to say it probably multiple times until no watt is out of the severe threat. It looks like the worst is over for Tulsa. Now we're looking at Chelsea and eventually Miami. We're talking about Missouri now, potentially southeastern Kansas and northwestern Arkansas. Is this storm weakening at all? Not really, no. I mean, it's only gotten stronger in terms of the wind threat. You know, we started off with 60 mile per hour wind warnings across the board, and now we have 70 mile per hour wind warnings across the board. So, you know, if you live from Coffeyville down through Chelsea, Wagoner, Muskogee, and Choctaw or Eufaula, I would definitely still be paying close attention to this storm, because again, those 70 mile per hour winds are going to be enough to knock out power and down trees. So you don't want to be outside when this happens, but as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you should be good. Just be wary of where your trees are on your property, and then, you know, sit in your house away from those. Northern Missouri will be good though. Yes. Yes. Yeah, northern Missouri is outside of the tornado risk, but technically there could be some damaging winds. It's a small chance, but it's possible up there near Kirksville, Trenton, and Chillicothe. But you guys are north of the tornado risk. All right, let's come over to Weather Circle really quick. Do you want to see if we have any new storm reports? Storm reports, load. Let's get that radar back up as well. All right. Yeah, no new, we haven't had any new storm reports. Sometimes it takes a little while for them to come in along the leading edge of the line. But no new storm reports there. And no new people reports on Weather Circle. How about for north or southwest Missouri? Yeah, southwest Missouri definitely, like, especially like over here near Joplin, Carthage, Neosho, potentially Cassville, Monette, and Mount Vernon, just depending on how our storm progresses as it moves off to the east. Would definitely be keeping an eye, especially for that damaging wind potential. You are definitely in the bullseye of where some of these damaging winds could come, and also maybe where our tornado threat will be if it ramps back up. We've seen a small, I would say one of our longest, at least for the past couple of hours, span here without a tornado warning. So hopeful, but not going to let our guard down just yet. Not gonna let her guard down just yet. I am noticing some broad rotations further down to the south here. That's about all I'm seeing on the radar. Further up to the north, maybe a broad rotation over here near Delaware as well, north and west of Delaware. But that's all I'm seeing right now. Nothing that looks pressing for a tornado warning, at least. Are there storm chasers out there this early? I think there's like one or two. But none of them that I work with. Let me check Let me check to see if we do have any of our storm chasers out there. John McKinney is out there. We could use him if he like got a view of something. Let's see here. It's like Jaden Pappenheim is out there, but he runs stops. He runs red lights, so I wouldn't recommend him. But John McKinney, if you want to watch a storm chaser that doesn't run red lights, I would look at John McKinney. We might use John McKinney if oh wow. Okay, this is not a tornado signature, but we're definitely getting an increased signature here for some damaging winds heading towards Foil and Bushy Head. Potentially up to almost 80-mile-per-hour winds, and this is pretty close to the radar. That could be making it down to the surface here, so watch out there in Foil and Bushy Head. These are some pretty strong winds about to move through. It's gonna, if it stays at 80-mile-per-hour winds, that could feel kind of like a tornado there. It's gonna be straight line winds that are going in a straight line direction and not really lifting up anything, but it could blow a lot of things over if these winds are making it down to the surface. You're in Muskogee. Yeah, Muskogee is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. As you can see, definitely some stronger winds on the leading edge of this. We do have a couple of areas of rotation I'm watching. This one to the south is actually getting a little bit more interesting here. North and west of Pierce. No debris signature, but that is definitely some rotation trying to consolidate, heading close to Choctaw. I think that's how you say that. Probably wrong. John is great. Yeah, I agree. He's old school. He's been out there a long time. He's been storm chasing so long that he has a son that storm chases. Freddie McKinney. It's just in their DNA. What size do I use? For radar, I use WeatherWise. For storm reports, I use Weather Circle because it's an area where you can post in the warning, and also, you can monitor it via radar. You can chat amongst each other and figure out what exactly is happening in the storm. So I really like Weather Circle for that. And then for models, I use Weather Circle as well. To give you an update, Bartlesville's good to go. It's going to be rainy and windy probably on the backside of this. That might be rotation trying to wrap up. It could be. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. It's in their DNA. Absolutely. Jeez. Yeah, these winds are getting even stronger. And in fact, we might be seeing a little area of rotation develop here as well. Man, that is a big increase of wind there. Yeah, I mean, we're talking like 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here. Just north of Owala, and an area of rotation developing. This might get tornado warned, and if it does, it's going to be for Bushy Head and Heisel, Howard, potentially pretty close to Chelsea. So watch out there. That is, at the very least, some very strong winds on the eastern side of this. This could definitely blow over trees. They might even put like a special severe thunderstorm warning for this if it's not a tornado warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds, which would be a PDS. A particularly dangerous situation warning there. Also a little area of rotation developing here near Delaware, just to the south and west of Delaware. Keeping an eye on that. That's Delaware, Oklahoma, and the northern and eastern part of Oklahoma. Let's come back down here and check near Muskogee. Yeah, it looks like the area of rotation is still technically there. It's just gotten weaker again. But these storms on the southern side are still technically trying to rotate. And they're definitely still bringing some stronger winds into Choctaw and Muskogee there. 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. They just updated this warning. Still in progress, but right here, definitely way more intense winds, probably than anywhere else on our line, just north of Claremore. Again, this is heading into Bushy Head, Foil, and Chelsea. Scared in St. Louis? It's nothing to be scared about. Listen, you're in a marginal risk of severe weather. And your tornado risk is pretty darn low. go over to our outlook here. You know, you might see some damaging winds for sure. It's definitely possible. But the tornado risk is really low. I wouldn't lose awakeness over it. You know, I would focus on something else until the storm gets there, but I would definitely be weather aware later on for sure. All right, let's come over to our models really quick. I do want to, like, since we are getting some questions about later on today, I do want to talk about that. Come over to here and we'll get our HRRR model up. HRRR. Okay. And then we'll look at our future rain, which would be, we'll do composite reflectivity. Okay. There, and then we'll go to 12Z so we can see further out into the future. All right. So, as you can see, we do have storms out over here. As we go into about 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., I mean 12 to 12 p.m., so a little bit later on today, I think our line might be moving a little bit faster than what our model is indicating here, but potentially by 11 a.m., our storms could be moving into southeastern Missouri, but that could be, yeah, that's probably pretty close, maybe about 30 minutes off there. You know, we're going to start to see some storms over there near Fort Smith as well, build down to the south, and a lot of rain is coming up there for Kansas City. And northern Missouri could have a tornado risk up there as well, but should be on the very lower side, almost 0% chance. The main area where we're watching here is going to be these storms back over here from Columbia down towards Springfield and Fayetteville. These ones will have an attendant tornado threat, again pretty low, but that damaging wind threat will also be there. And then as we move into 4 p.m., you can see St. Louis is going to have some storms off to your west. See, these are definitely the highest in intensity. So yeah, I mean, damaging winds are definitely going to be possible in St. Louis. In terms of that, I do want to check the tornadic environment. Let me just check the surface-based cape really quick. Instability. I mean, there is some instability out in front of these storms, but it's only about 600 joules per kilogram. Let me check our wind shear. Yeah, about 20 miles per hour. It's, yeah, you can see our moisture and our storms are going to be out in front of our strongest lower level wind shear, which is good news. But there will certainly be a chance, you know, a small chance for, you know, some brief spin ups. You can see our precipitation is to the east of that. So we're going to be keeping an eye on these storms as they move in St. Louis. Again, this is going to be around 4 to 5 p.m. there. For St. Louis, some thunderstorms also in central Illinois, and thunderstorms are going to be extending really all the way from eastern Texas up through Arkansas and then back over here into Missouri, where we are expecting that severe threat to continue. Then as these storms move off to the east, we could have an overnight threat as our storms move into areas like Paragould, Cape Girardeau tonight, back over here east of Springfield by 10 p.m. tonight. And then as we continue to push this off to the east, going into tomorrow morning, you can see that our tornado threat really shifts down into parts of Mississippi near Starkville as we get some more moisture. The lower level jet starts to increase as we go into the overnight hours. And then yeah, it should only last to about 7 to 8 p.m. Before maybe some more storms fire tomorrow at around 11 p.m. near Hattiesburg and Lafayette. So that's what we're talking about, at least in terms of storms. Further up to the north, we'll go to our precipitation type. We are expecting a little bit of snow. As you can see on the northern side of this near Iowa, going up into Wisconsin and Missouri, and then looks like Wisconsin's going to get it the worst here near Rhinelander, and then that's eventually going to move off into portions of over there near Michigan and parts of the UP of Michigan as we go into Friday afternoon. And look at this back over here near Oklahoma and northern Texas. Maybe a little area of some snow could make it into Amarillo potentially. But that doesn't look like it's going to make it over there into northeastern Oklahoma, at least for now. But yeah, that's what we're talking about here. And yeah, if you guys want to view the models that I just viewed, it's over here on Weather Circle. That is part of Weather Circle Pro. All right, let's come back over here to... Yeah, looks like we're starting to see still some areas of rotation back over here to the west of Muskogee. Still keeping an eye on those. The one that I'm most worried about is this one a little bit further up to the north, just to the north and west of Muskogee. That is trying to spin up there. So if you live south of Redbird near Porter, keep your eye on that storm. Back up further to the north, still some pretty strong winds here, trying to head into Chelsea, Oklahoma. Maybe not as strong as it was, though. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in that area, but I would still be indoors and away from windows as that comes through. We also just got a severe thunderstorm warning back over into Missouri. That's going to be for Neodesha, Parsha, and Chanute. That's going to be for 70 mile per hour winds, so another 70 mile per hour wind warning. What the heck is going on here? Oh man, YouTube Studio keeps crashing. It's so annoying. Give me a second. I'll look back at chat in just a little bit. I gotta fix YouTube Studio really quick there, and then I want to change my title again. If I can remember how to do that. That. Okay. We're waiting to see. Yeah, Bartlesville is safe. Kansas. Yeah, sorry. I meant to say Kansas. Neodesha, if you're having trouble with it in Kansas. Okay, yeah, Neodesha. Thank you. Can you tell us about Kawada and the Broken Arrow? So Broken Arrow looks like the storms went north again. So you guys are good to go for the rest of the day. Probably a little bit windy. Still, I mean, there's not a whole lot of precipitation to bring that wind down to the surface, but it could be a little bit windy down there. Could be a little bit windy. Yeah, back over here near Muskogee, we're still monitoring some of these areas of rotation. We still have about 3 broad and weak circulations. Again, probably not producing or most likely not producing tornadoes, but definitely, you know, things to keep an eye on just in case they do get stronger. Also, a little bit of the same kind of rotation over here west of Chelsea. So again, nothing super pressing on the radar right now, just enough to at least continue to monitor. Let me see if I can find any cameras a little bit further up into the north and east of Oklahoma. I think northeastern Oklahoma has not that many cameras, but we do have cameras in Missouri. So let me get that up real quick. Shoot, that's not the right one. I'll just do Missouri 511. Give me a sec. We'll see, and then we'll go back to here. I've lost my file for this. I did some edits to it, and I have lost where it is. Okay, which one of these is the cameras? It's this one. Okay, we do have cameras near Neosho and Newton. And then we'll get our Arkansas cameras up and ready to go as well. Do have a lot of cameras in northwestern Arkansas, thankfully. This is the view just west of Fayetteville. All right, looking back at chat. Is Juan and Noxie safe? I think that was down here. Where is Juan? Juan, Oklahoma. Oh, actually, that's up here. Yeah, Juan is fine. The tornado threat is off to your east. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Oswego, Altamont, Edna, Bartlett, and Chitopa here in Kansas. This is also, I don't know. What is going on here? Let me do a refresh. I think the app just bugged out. Oh, okay. Sorry. It's actually back over here near Columbus. Baxter Springs, Pontiac, Arma, Girard, Hepler, Uniontown, and Fort Scott, Kansas. That's going to be for 60 miles per hour. So that's good. Not 70 mile per hour winds anymore in this portion of the storm, but still 60 mile per hour winds on the northern side there. All these warnings here into... or actually, they also downgraded this one to 60 miles per hour winds heading into Muskogee. So good news there as well. Yeah, still a broad area of circulation. Still looks like it's going to go north of Chelsea, more towards like Blue Jacket and Veneta. Close to that. Probably north of Veneta, more towards like Welch and Miami. Am I going live tomorrow? Man, a lot of those storms are going to be happening super early in the morning. So it is definitely possible. Yeah. We'll just have to wake up earlier tomorrow. What's the website for Weather Circle? Yeah, let me get that. Let me make sure I send that in. Okay. We'll actually go over to Weather Circle while I do that because we have some new updates from there. Yeah, here is the app. Weather Circle there if you guys want to look at models or radar or storm reports. Let's go over to our next rad. And then looks like just a regular storm up here in Vermont is saying stay safe, Oklahoma. And it looks like we also got a Choctaw update. It's still windy and rainy in Choctaw. Thank you for those updates. I do appreciate that. Very helpful. What do I think about just north of Tahlequah? Let me see where Tahlequah is. Tahlequah, I think that's pretty close to Tulsa. Yeah, actually, I see it right there. Just north of Tahlequah, probably 60 mile per hour winds, unless our winds get a little bit stronger. These are kind of our only storms that have been showing some rotation. There is one up to the north that we've been monitoring, but the good news is that rotation is getting a lot more broad and less serious by the minute, it looks like. Maybe a little one there still just to the east of Choctaw, heading towards Warner, Oklahoma. Shakota. Oh, geez. Thank you for streaming. I greatly appreciate you and your efforts. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you for tuning in and trusting me with your weather coverage. You pray that 2 tornadoes will hopefully not happen. Okay. Interesting way to phrase that, but I agree. I got a little bit confused there for a second, but storms putting more stats in wind than tornado. Well, there has been 2 wind reports, or I mean many wind reports with this. There was 2 tornado reports earlier today, one near Purcell And then another one east of Norman, Oklahoma, near Stella, Oklahoma. We've had some wind reports around Shawnee with a roof damage to a Holiday Inn. Also near Shawnee, Oklahoma, 59 mile per hour winds there. 4-inch tree limbs down. Our highest wind report has actually come out of near Winona. Wait, why is that not clickable? You refresh. Oops. There we go. We had an 88 mile per hour wind gust over here near Winona earlier today. And we're also getting wind reports now coming in for Kansas. 81 mile per hour winds earlier there near Independence. And then power lines and power poles down, several outbuildings blown down near Independence. So that's why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning, was because of those wind reports there. Pretty strong winds there in Kansas. 81 miles per hour is nothing to joke about. Will we get high winds in central Illinois today? It's certainly possible. You guys are in a marginal for severe weather. So 60 mile per hour winds, 270 mile per hour winds will be possible as that moves up to the north. If we come over to our forecast models here, we can look at the winds themselves. We'll do the U winds. Yeah, you can see as we get into like central Illinois, we're only talking not really too strong winds near the surface there. Really, it's really going to be like it looks like after the line of storms comes through is when the wind's really going to pick up. Where you can, not really. I'm really talking about 21 mile per hour winds there. Let me look at our actual wind gusts, see what those are looking like. Actually, yeah, the actual wind gusts. So that the wind looks at north and south. This is just showing how much wind in total is possible, and it is saying up to 50 mile per hour wind gusts on the leading edge. So yeah, it's definitely going to get windy, and there could be some instances where we get potentially some severe thunderstorms near Champaign and Kankakee, but we're not talking about anything hopefully like what happened the last time we were live. But I wouldn't rule out some chances for like a brief tornado, but it should be pretty low. It should mainly be a damaging wind threat. Some fences down and tree limbs down. Yeah, it's not surprising. Not surprising. We've had some pretty strong wind gusts with this storm. That is for sure. Wouldn't be surprised. Let me check to see if we have any power outages or how many power outages we have in Oklahoma. About 3,000 people without power in Oklahoma. So it's nothing crazy, but some people are losing power out there. Is it finally over for Claremore? Let me see. Yes. Looks like central Claremore is on the back side of our storm now. Whoever is praying for rain, you can stop now. Fair enough. Anything for Louisville, Kentucky? Not today, but going into tomorrow. Actually, it looks like you guys are out of the severe risk for today and tomorrow. Maybe some thunderstorms. We're going to cover Storm Goretti. Probably not. We're going to be pretty busy over here covering the United States weather. So we probably won't be covering that unless, I mean, we will be able to give reports on it. So Weather Circle is not technically just for the United States. We do have MRMS radar for everybody. Don't have, unfortunately, velocities out over here where that storm is going to be happening. But you can join, and if you do give reports or any updates in terms of videos or photos, we will show them on stream. You can sign up and you can post out over here in Europe and near the UK if you want. And we will give updates if you report them out there. We won't be monitoring radar. We don't have a radar over there other than our MRMS radar. But that doesn't really give us too much information. But it looks like you guys might be getting a little sting jet over there, which will probably be strong winds on the backside here, heading into like southern UK. But yeah, if anybody posts on the app on Weather Circle, we will definitely show it. So if you live in the UK, here is our link. Yeah, looks like our latest scans, we still looks like we have some developing rotations, or still some rotation over here north of Chelsea, heading up towards Blue Jacket. And nothing really to speak of that it's really catching my eye further down to the south here near Wagoner, other than some stronger winds. So we got 70-mile-per-hour wind warnings over here south and east of Chelsea, and that is heading towards Veneta. Do I think there is any chance of severe weather in Ohio? Doesn't look like it. It should just mainly be some thunderstorms. Any concerns for Joplin? Yeah, we're keeping an eye out for Joplin. As of right now, if we bring this radar into another area, you can see that just to the south of you, there is a tornado watch near Neosho and Seneca, Bella Vista, Bentonville, Springdale, Farmington, Prairie Grove, West Fork, and Elkins. All of those folks need to be watching out for tornadoes. We're keeping an eye to see if they're going to extend this tornado watch. They probably won't. We should be past the worst of our storm in terms of the tornado threat. But, you know, there will be still some chances for some brief tornadoes as this does move into Missouri. So we are keeping an eye on that threat. Springfield, Illinois, definitely gonna get windy. I'm expecting for most of Illinois to get 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Let me see where Springfield is. Yeah, you guys could definitely get later on tonight 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, maybe even getting up to 60 mile per hour winds, which would be a severe thunderstorm. I said they have downgraded this, our last 70 mile per hour wind warning, down to 60 miles per hour. That's going to be for Veneta, Welch, Miami Commerce. Still some pretty strong winds, so I would certainly be indoors and away from windows. But thankfully, they have downgraded that, including France, if you want to check. Yeah, we just don't cover Europe. But again, if you guys do end up posting on Weather Circle, we will read your reports. So if you want to watch for on the ground reports, if you live in EU, I would definitely encourage you guys to download this app so that we can at least get your weather reports out there. We'll definitely do that. I'm not going to give minute-to-minute coverage out there just because we're going to be focused on the severe and tornado threat over here in the United States. But I will definitely read your reports out to anybody that's in Europe that's watching. You said your coworker sub. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Wasn't sure if I needed to charge devices, specifically battery packs, just in case. Just in case. I mean, it just depends on how your infrastructure is. If you have like one of those infrastructures where your power grid isn't that powerful, I would certainly consider charging up. It's not technically severe weather. In Europe, I think it's a sting jet. So basically, drier air is allowing allowing some stronger winds to make it down to the surface, and 80 to 100 mile per hour winds is going to be pretty significant over there. You're in the EU, but not in the concerned zone. So I'm watching too. Gotcha. Windstorm going to hit Missouri and Arkansas pretty soon. I mean, this storm is moving pretty quickly off to the east. Actually, it slowed down a little bit. It was moving to the east northeast at 75 miles per hour, but now it's moving at 40 miles per hour directly to the east. So, probably a little bit longer. I would say within the hour is probably going to be entering into Missouri and Arkansas. And you can see our line extends almost all the way down into Dallas. If you live in Dallas, Texas, you're probably seeing some clouds and a little bit of precipitation. That is actually part of this frontal boundary that is further up to your guys' north. Possibly 110. Wow. What is headed to Huntsville, Alabama? So let's come over to Weather Circle. We'll bring up our forecast models and we'll come over to our composite reflectivity. We'll have to go to the 12Z. Yeah, so for Huntsville, Alabama, a line of thunderstorms is probably going to be coming through sometime around like 6 or 7 a.m. Probably most intense by 8 a.m. And then after that, it's going to be nothing. But the most likely scenario is stronger winds. Let me go turn on our SPC outlook for tomorrow. Yeah, you can see Huntsville is just outside of the slight risk and just outside of that 5% tornado risk. But I would keep an eye on both just in case. Just in case. There's a little bit more instability. Huntsville will get it a little bit worse. And let me go check our cameras over here. Some rain is starting to show up here near near Neosho, and then also we are starting to see some rain pick up just west of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Also, you can see the wind is picking up a little bit here too with the flag. Looks like PA Storm Trackers is scheduled for 2 hours from now. So we will have a storm chaser in 2 hours. Let me see what Pagey Tornado is doing really quick. Yeah, they don't have a stream scheduled. I'm not sure what their plans are for today. It's considered as a bomb cyclone. Yeah. Rapidly deepening pressure. That'll bring some strong winds for sure. No warnings and watches for Joplin yet? No. So Joplin is just outside. If we move this radar back over here again, you can see Joplin just outside of that tornado watch. Technically, you could say southern Joplin is in the tornado watch. But no severe thunderstorm warnings or anything for you guys yet. But the line of storms is coming closer to you guys. So, I would expect if they do extend it, it might be just into Joplin, I would say. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Scared? We'll take a deep breath. We'll be here with you. Taking the trampoline down. That's pretty smart. Yeah, usually people from Europe are watching to see, what's happening in the United States. Very rarely do we ever have to mention Europe. It looks like Goretti is going to be pretty strong. Watch out for marauding wheelie bins. True. Them trash cans, they start walking when the wind picks up. Sometimes they start running. One of our local weather guys is on a dang cruise. That's interesting. Not a good look, although vacation, sometimes you need them. And, you know, sometimes you schedule them long in the future, and then, you know, the weather doesn't listen. Hopefully you're, at least some of your local weathermen, the stations usually have multiple. So hopefully one of them is still on in the area. For Chester, all of Illinois is probably going to get a line of thunderstorms eventually. Let me just keep these models up over here. Oh, also, fun thing that we just added to Weather Circle is a little resource tag or a tab where you can now look at the SPC mesoscale outlook in the app. I do want to check this briefly. What is our instability? Yeah, it looks like our instability is starting to die near our storm. 850 millibar jet, though, 55 miles per hour. That is really strong, which is why we are still monitoring for a tornado threat, even though our instability is pretty low. Yeah, storm relative velocity 300 near parts of Missouri and Arkansas. So yeah, definitely a storm to keep an eye on for sure. Still, yeah, up there in Illinois later. Yeah, get my music reset here. Let's see. Yeah, storms are really going to start probably around 3 p.m. today. And then it's going to organize more into a line of storms near Peoria, Springfield, Jerseyville by 5 p.m. And then over there near Kankakee, Chicago, potentially Champaign, south of Springfield, near St. Louis as well. By 8 p.m. could see some, you know, some severe weather potentially happen up there as well. But keep an eye on it. Again, we're not talking about what happened last time, but some little spin ups could technically be possible anywhere where there's storms today, just given how strong our wind shear is. But it's going to be a pretty low chance given the fact that our instability is going to be so low. Yeah, just those models are on Weather Circle, my app. So feel free to join. It's mainly for storm reports, but there's a lot of extra things you can do on it. How about Monette, Missouri? Have patients on dialysis. Let me see where Monette is. Yeah, that's going to be probably within 2 hours when the storm actually gets there, and we'll keep you in the know of whether or not you know, you got some severe winds coming towards you or not. If you want to come back in here and check on our rotations, still looking pretty good. There's some broad circulations here near Welch and Veneta, but none of them are really tight or that organized. And then further down to the south, still some severe weather pushing off to the east, heading into Stigler, maybe a little area of rotation here near Whitefield. I have to keep a small eye on that. Batesville, Arkansas in the house. Hello, hello. We got Paragould, Arkansas in the house as well. Where do we submit pictures? So here's basically how this works. So on your profile page, after you join Weather Circle, there's going to be a little button there. It's going to be called Circle Pro. And it's anywhere from $1 to $10 a month. You can choose how much you pay a month. And, you know, it's an honor system. You know, if you don't have a whole lot of money and you can't afford, $5 a month, you can do $1 a month. If you have tons of money, and you want to give more per month, you can do that. But you go to your profile, you click subscribe, and then you can come over to Hangout. It looks like Josh Hart just posted a photo there. And then, yeah, you would come over to Hangout, you post, and then there's a little media button right here. You click that, and then it'll bring up a file where you can access your photos and videos from your computer or from mobile. And then you create the public post. Then once you post that, it shows up here. Yeah, it looks like this is Choctaw, and they're reporting that Choctaw is all good. Also, thank you to subscribing to Weather Circle. Thank you so much. Welcome to what I'm hoping is going to be the most helpful resource ever created for weather. In terms of on-the-ground reports, that is what we're trying to achieve with that app. There's also a lot of other features, though, like models and radar. Can you post stuff that's not from you in the Weather Circle? No. That'll probably, if we figure out that you are, stealing other people's content for your own post, you'll probably get banned from Weather Circle. I mean, if you're sharing something, yeah, that's fine. Like, it's just like any other social media. If you're stealing somebody's stuff and claiming it's yours, you will get banned. But, if you're just sharing somebody's like link or like a post from them that people can click on and giving them credit, I guess that's okay. I don't know. I have to think about what I want the rules to be. Reposting and sharing. Yeah, you can do that. Any twisters yet? Yeah, we've had 2 tornado reports today. It's south of Oklahoma City. We had one near Stella, Oklahoma, and another one near Purcell. Both of those were radar confirmed tornadoes. And we've had some pretty strong wind reports. We had an 88 mile per hour wind gust over near Winona, and then an 81 mile per hour wind gust just to the south and west of Independence. I guess the way this website's work is a social network. Yes, it is the first ever. There's a lot of first evers with Weather Circle. It's the first ever weather app social media. Not only can you post, wait, where's all the warnings? That's weird. Looks like we got a new post. Oh, no, I think that's the same person that posted. Yeah. Not only can you post, in the public hangout, but you can also click on a warning. The app will check your location, and if you're in the warning or watch zone, you can chat with neighbors in the same warning. Now, if you don't live in the area, you can't chat in the individual warning. But once there's more people on the app, and people start understanding the importance of being able to report what's happening in your warning to down the line, you can actually chat with your local neighbors in this app as well. What have you missed? We've had a couple of tornado reports and some damaging wind reports today. We have still some pretty strong winds associated with some of these storms, up to 60 mile per hour winds there near Veneta and heading into Miami. I'm not sure if we're still getting those strong winds here all the way up towards Fort Scott, but it does seem like it's possible. Let me just check. Yeah, I mean, there are some little bands of heavier rain that might be bringing down some of that stronger wind to the surface. Yeah, you can see right here near Fort Scott, potentially up to 60 mile per hour winds there. But yeah, we got our line of storms. We're still monitoring for the tornado threat, but we should be past the peak, at least of the tornado threat. But we are still noticing areas of rotation like near Veneta that we're keeping an eye on. And they pop up every now and then. So we're still monitoring that. I don't think it's going to be as rapid fire as it was earlier today. But we're definitely going to still have a small tornado threat as this moves off to the east. But the main threat's going to be those severe winds as they move into Arkansas and parts of Missouri. I haven't really looked into what's going to be happening in the UK too much. Let me check. We do have the GFS. Oops. We do have the GFS on Weather Circle, so I can go over to that. Which is a global. And then we'll go to wind gusts. Oh, wow. I am curious. Yeah, it looks like the strongest wind gusts are going to be in northern France. Yeah, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be possible in northern France there, and potentially making it into southern UK. My thoughts on it is that could cause some damage. That could be bad. Could add an AI chatbot. Nah, we're not gonna put AI chatbot in there. Just be careful sharing some big name chaser stuff. They'll come for you. Well, I mean, when you sign up to the app, it's in the terms and conditions. If you share it to the app, I can show it on stream. That's part of Normandy Manchi department, which is in a red alert. Gotcha. Yeah, I would say that's definitely worth a red alert. It is a global app. You could post anywhere on the app if you can access it in your country. And it does have global MRMS radar, which shows snow and rain. But that's about it. And also global forecast model, which the GFS. Tennessee. I'm just going to keep the forecast models up here. I don't need to add the radar up. Let's see here. And I'm also just going to keep the composite reflectivity up as well. Switch over to the HRRR 12Z. Taking a while. There we go. And then composite reflectivity. What about Alabama? Yeah, we'll talk about the Southeast here. All right. So for Tennessee and Alabama, looks like it's going to get started over in Western Tennessee as we move into about 12 a.m. So pretty much overnight into 12 a.m. Could have some storms with some severe weather capabilities. That's going to fizzle. And then as we get into Central Tennessee at around 7 a.m., this looks like near Nashville and Lewisburg there. And the main threat that we're watching for tomorrow is a tornado threat out over here near Mississippi. And that's going to be going overnight from like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. They're near Jackson and Starkville, 5 a.m. So these are going to be overnight tornadoes, a nighttime tornadic event here. And that should calm down as we go into about 7 a.m. But then as we go further into the day, we could get some more instability pop up here into southern Alabama and into Mississippi. And there could be some more severe storms and a lot more rain to come. So definitely could be some flooding issues with this type of storm, and maybe even still some severe weather happening as we get into 12 a.m. tomorrow as a lot of that rain moves through. So going to be rainy and stormy for a lot of folks there into the Southeast. If we come over here to our SPC outlook for tomorrow for the Southeast, we've got a marginal risk that extends up into Kentucky all the way down into Houston. A slight risk over here near Shreveport, Monroe, Alexandria, Lafayette, Hattiesburg, Meridian, Starkville, Tupelo, Clarksdale, Greenville. Tornado risk, we're going to have a 5% tornado risk for tomorrow. That's going to be for Alexandria, Lafayette, Hattiesburg, Meridian, Starkville, and Jackson. And again, that's going to be an overnight tornado threat. So very dangerous. You know, you're probably going to be wanting to get some sleep. I would stay up, especially over here into Mississippi and parts of Louisiana as we go into the late night. Could be a late night for you guys. That's what's going to be happening down there into the southeast. Nice way to start off the morning. Shoot. I guess. All right, back over here into Oklahoma. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Sallisaw and Stillwell. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Looks like that heavier rain is pulling up here into Missouri, and even some stronger winds. Look at this. Our camera is starting to shake here near Neosho. This is just south of Joplin. Would you warn if I mentioned your friend's city in Mississippi? I would definitely give them a heads up. Like 110 miles per hour. Yeah, that's probably a higher resolution model. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom. We will let the public hangout entertain you guys while I'm gone. Behave, but yeah, come over to Weather Circle. The app is in the chat, and send some messages so people can be entertained while I take a piss. All right, let's see. 70 degrees, 11:30 a.m. In Georgia was not on your bingo card. What does your bingo card look like, though, for 2026? It's like North Grandma took the entertaining you guys seriously. Says it's going to be windy today. Windy. Lots of wind. Thanks for the update. Thank you, thank you. You didn't wash your hands? That is an outlandish accusation. I also lied. Also made breakfast. Oh, they've already rated those. Wow. There's been 2 confirmed tornadoes. Yeah, pull up our storm reports here on Weather Circle. We have 2 storm reports, one near Purcell with a radar confirmed tornado, and another one there near Norman. It looks like these have already been rated an EF0 tornado. That was earlier as a line of storms came through Tulsa near Bartlesville and McAllister. We had some strong winds there, and then around 8 a.m. we had some strong storms, or earlier than 8 a.m. It was more like 6 to 7. Ah, gosh, darn it. No, I said 6, 7. My apologies, and for everybody in chat. All you will be hearing for the next 30 minutes, it's going to be people talking about that. Before than that, yeah, technically tonight going into tomorrow, yeah. You woke up to the tornado warning and it scared me so bad. I would scare me too, man. Let me tell you, I'm like, particularly my anxiety is higher for some reason when I sleep. And then sometimes when I'm higher than sometimes when I'm awake. So when I wake up and then there's something crazy happening, it's almost immediate grounds for a panic attack. Your 6-year-old just screamed it after you. I apologize, Courtney. Do you have to pay for the app? A lot of the functions on the app are free. But for like storm reports, all the models, to post photos and videos, you do have to pay. And you can find that in the profile page. It'll be Circle Pro. You click on that. But the cool thing about it is that we have made it available to everybody. All the features of the app available to everybody, either for $1 a month. You can do $2 a month. You can do $5 a month. You can do $10 a month. You get to choose how much you pay a month, depending on your economic status. You know, I understand a lot of folks out there aren't really flush with cash. I'm not flush with cash. Nobody's really flush with cash right now. It's pretty expensive time to live with not a whole lot of pay happening. And so, you know, I put an option in there to where you can choose, you know, to pay $1, $5, $10, $3, $7 per month. So it's up to you. Oh, restless legs. Yeah. I would get melatonin for that. I'm a chronic sufferer from restless leg syndrome. I have like this sleep aid that is like 50 milligrams of like something. It's a thing that's in Benadryl, and I do 10 milligrams of melatonin. And I sleep like a baby. All right, looks like the storms are about to pick up over here. Near Baxter Springs, Carl Junction, probably near Joplin within the hour here. Looks like Miami is now about to get this storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come through there. And still one of our stronger portions of our line is still down here to the south near Salisaw and Stillwell, where we're actually getting an area where we might have to monitor for a rotation later. It's mainly just a little bit of wind or stronger wind there near Vian and Marble City, but sometimes these things can cause rotations on the northern side there, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But further up to the north, I'm Not really seeing much for rotation. Maybe a little bit here near Afton and Fairland still. We haven't seen any of these really consolidate into anything serious, thankfully, for the past almost an hour. You have awful sleep. Yeah. You know, definitely the phone contributes to that a lot, guys. Yeah, I would start off with melatonin first. If that doesn't work, I would move towards Benadryl, but you know, I'm not a doctor, but that's just what I do. I have horrible sleep problems and restless leg syndrome, so I have to do extra stuff. But I would start off with like a low dose of melatonin, you know, like a 3 milligram or a 5 milligram. That should help. When I first had the issue, that fixed it, but you know, your body eventually gets used to it, just like anything. Definitely looks like a squall line. It certainly is, yeah. Have I seen the Joplin tornado and radar in 2011? Yeah. Yeah, I've also watched that documentary on Netflix. Like, you know, when you see it live, it doesn't really process all the stories that happen when a tornado like that hits a city. And it was really intense. Definitely a documentary that'll make your heart drop. It was very sad. I mean, some of the things, there's this one guy who was in a car with his friends, and their car got hit by the Joplin tornado, which again was an EF5 tornado. And the guy got pulled out of the car, flung, survived with major injuries. And then while they were treating the injuries, he got an infection, a flesh-eating infection. So not only was he dealing with the injuries from the tornado, but he was also dealing with a flesh-eating infection. And I mean, it goes into pretty grim detail what this guy had to deal with. But I mean, he survived being in the tornado with no car around him. He got flung out of the car, landing or surviving the landing after being tossed, and then also surviving the flesh-eating bacteria. I mean, talk about getting the worst of everything and somehow still making it through. I mean, just an absolute miracle what that guy went through and still survived. Does this app have storm tracking? Which app? Years after people succumbing to their injuries, yeah. That's another thing that's not reported that often, is that some of the injuries that are caused by tornadoes, even though they don't result in an immediate death, you can have way more deaths than what's actually reported due to like the environmental factors changing. Like, for instance, somebody can, you know, contract, you know, a lot of times when the power goes out, the water systems can sometimes get a little bit more bacteria inside of it. People can get diseases from that, and then die later on, like years later. Or, you know, it hits like a plant where it causes, you know, a lot of really crappy air, like and like dangerous air to happen because of like, who knows what was in that chemical plant. And then somebody breathes that in and it causes lung damage. That causes them to unfortunately pass away years later. Those deaths aren't really documented as related to the storm, even though they technically are. Like if the tornado never happened, they would have never gotten that disease. And usually the death toll is like, you can times the death toll times 10, especially for like hurricanes, like bad hurricanes, sometimes even more from indirect deaths that will happen years later. Hey, thank you, Dave, the Bee, for gifting 1 membership. If you guys got a membership from Dave the Bee, make sure you are thanking him in chat. Let's go check in on our rotations again, just to make sure. Okay, let me go to our closest radar down here. Yeah, it looks like this little gust of wind still isn't producing much rotation on the northern side, so that's good. And then further up here near Joplin, yeah, still a little area of rotation south of Miami, but nothing strong enough to concern me. But looks like Joplin is in a severe thunderstorm warning now for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That 43 people died, and the fact that it had 321 miles per hour are insane. Did it really? Yeah, that is insane. Is you have to go to bed as soon as you feel sleepy for it to work, because if you wait too long, it can actually start working against you. That is true. I have noticed that. Yeah, because melatonin is your brain's natural trigger, right, to get you to sleep. And so when it kicks in, that's your brain telling you got to go to sleep. A lot of times where the sleep problems do arise is when that melatonin naturally triggers in your brain and you ignore it. And then your sleep problems get worse because also you're on your phone, you're getting like dopamine and serotonin injections into your brain from scrolling on the phone. And that doesn't really help for sleep either, especially because, you need to be calming down as you go to sleep, not on an aware state or an excited state that you get from your phone. That's why a lot of people suggest that you about an hour before you go to sleep, stop using your phone. You just downloaded the weather app that you're using. Well, thank you. How do you think North Alabama will pan out tomorrow? It should be some severe winds. And I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado in northern Alabama. It's a low chance, but I wouldn't rule it out. Okay, looks like we got a crypto bot in the chat. Getting them out of there. Yeah, no, 100%, Lauren. Does Weather Circle have storm tracking? No, it doesn't like track the storm specifically. What? Even wasn't actually in the bathroom. He was what? Well, it looks like we're going to be banning our first person on Weather Circle. Misinformation. I would never accept money from APAC. Or anyone else for that many. No super PACs or corporations donating to my channel. What? Missing insufficient permissions? I'm the admin. All right, I gotta change that. Well, you survived, but I'm deleting your message. I'll see you later. What? Delete. Missing in what? Okay. So problems to work out on the app. That's not good. One thing that you can do on Weather Circle, though, that I do think that works is if you, it is community moderated. So if you just dislike it, and if he has more dislikes than likes, it should auto delete the message. So just dislike it on Weather Circle and it should auto delete. That I think I've confirmed works. I'm looking on WeatherWise, and I just got an update that there is rotation moving into Joplin. Yeah, I mean, there is some rotation there. It's just not strong. I wouldn't say it's strong enough to be like overly concerned about, but there is some rotations here along this area of the line. It's not strong rotation, but there is some there, yes. Just not very strong. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but we are monitoring it. If it does get stronger, we will certainly let you know. Any spin ups? We've had 2 spin ups today. mainly over near Oklahoma City. There were EF0, so tornadoes that could like maybe blow over your fence or something like that, but that's about it. Looks like our rain is picking up here in Missouri. Still camera shaking from that wind. These Arkansas cameras can sometimes get behind, so I'm gonna make sure I refresh these from time to time. It said nope. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I'm gonna have to figure that out. That'll have to be something after the stream. Yeah, WeatherWise has storm tracking. Yeah, like they have like the arrows near the storm that shows you like where the storms are heading. Houston could get some thunderstorms today. Yeah, it'll be mainly tonight going into tomorrow morning. For no reason. Yeah, well, it's certainly possible. I just like it's a small app right now. I don't know how to go about the moderation. So for now, it's going to be community moderated. You know, if it grows in popularity, we're probably going to have to think of something else. But I mean, as of right now, I don't even make enough money on that app to keep it up. So it is very possible that the app will go down until severe thunderstorm season pretty soon. We just don't have enough users paying. So to keep up with the cost, and I am almost flat broke right now. So it is very possible that the app could go down like in a month or so. I'm gonna try to keep it up as much as possible. I'm hoping that we can get enough users to keep it going. But you know, I don't know. I might have to find like an investor or something. Because it's as of right now, it costs about $10 a day, which I can keep going for a little bit. But if I hit $0 in my account, it will go down. Is it free when you download the app? Yeah, it's free. There's a lot of free features on it. The radar is free. Some of the model variables are free. Posting text chat is free on the app as well. Is it supposed to storm in Wisconsin? I do think some storms could be possible. Yeah. Some cold core-esque storms could be possible in southeastern Wisconsin. Some of those might even be severe. I'd keep an eye on that. But it should just be mainly thunderstorms. Yeah, some cold core like storms on northern Missouri as well, going into Iowa. Yeah, see, their post got deleted because everybody disliked it. So that's working. That's good. At least one of my moderation functions are working. North of Marble City. Let me see that. We'll check out your little Marble City, Oklahoma. Yeah, you see this right here? That is out in front of the precipitation. So that is not a debris signature. It's just some radar, most likely a radar like bouncing off of a building or something. Radar beam bouncing off of a small building. But yeah, it looks like no rotations on the southern side here, which is great news. Nothing that's looking scary, at least. We'll come back up to the northern side of our storm. Yeah, we do still have 3 rotations here that we're keeping an eye on. One north and west of Baxter Springs, another one to the east of Commerce, and another one to the south and east of Miami. And we're keeping a close eye on those. None of them are tornado warned yet, but definitely worth monitoring them as they move into Missouri here. Bartlesville could have had a tornado. There was a strong wind report near Bartlesville. 88-mile-per-hour wind gust near Bartlesville. So there was strong winds in Bartlesville. Would it surprise me if there was like a brief tornado that we couldn't catch on radar? Not really. You know, you can get those really fast spin ups. Thank you, Erica, for donating $2. Thank you so much. What time should northern Mississippi be prepared? Yeah, we can answer that really quick. Northern Mississippi should have storms really pick up. You know, it's either going to be light rain to moderate rain as our storm transitions more into like a linear line. It might just be northeastern Mississippi that might get some of the stronger storms in northern Mississippi. It really just depends on how this line goes into northern Mississippi. If it's still going northeastern Mississippi near Memphis, still could get some storms if they last a little bit longer than what our models are saying. So, you know, there is some questions there, but for like northeastern Mississippi, could definitely get some stronger storms as our line reorganizes going into 3 a.m. So it's going to be really early in the morning when these happen. What do I think about South Fort Collins, Colorado? We're getting a little sleet. They said 1 to 10 inches depending on wind and temp. For Colorado, let me look at what your snow is looking like. What did you say? Fort Collins. That's over there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could be off and on snow, especially as it cools down. So yeah, it looks like it's going to start off as like rain, sleet, and it should transition by like tonight. Get a couple rounds of snow there. You know, if you're in lower elevations, probably less snow. Higher elevations could get more snow. Let's see what your projected snowfall totals are. Yeah, it looks like a dusting, maybe. Higher snow totals definitely on like the mountainous regions. Could maybe get an inch there near Fort Collins. Let me make a pinned comment in chat really quick. Just so I don't have to keep posting it. When people ask what app I'm using, I can just say, look at the pinned comment. And then I'm also going to put it in my description. Okay. All right, our storms are pulling up here to Joplin, Carl's Junction, and Carthage here in a little bit, and we are still seeing 3 areas of rotation here. No debris signatures, but still worth monitoring those areas of rotation as they move off to the east towards Joplin and Webb City. Further down to the south, still got this storm pushing through Sallisaw, but no areas of dangerous rotation. Maybe a little bit over here, just north of Greasy. Anything for Benton? That's not going to be until later tonight. Has there been any tornado storm warnings today? Yeah, there's been a lot of tornado warnings already. Do I know Pico's Hank? I don't know him personally, but I do know who he is. Leave grandma's goose alone. Is there an Android app? Yeah, you can get it as an Android app. On the top right of the app, it should say add as an app, and it'll tell you how to do it. All three of those are heading your way. All right, well, just, be ready to go when they get there. No one needs to be in their safe spots right now, but eventually that, if those rotations try to tighten up, there will be tornado warnings for them. Can we party? What? Opinions on Tron? Haven't seen it. I liked the first Tron movie. Yeah, latest scan here. Still those 3 areas of rotation. Still keeping an eye on those. Let me get a camera closer to Joplin here, just in case one of these guys try to do something sneaky. I think we have some closer to Joplin itself. Yeah. We'll do this one. I thank you, Missed Evil, for the $10. Thank you so much. Inform also, with PayPal ever be an option for Weather Circle payment? I could technically make it an option. Actually, I could probably do that right now, actually. If I can remember how to. I don't remember how to do it. Come back. Oh, wait. Okay. One second. I'm trying to figure that out for you. Not seeing it. There's Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay. Not seeing PayPal as an option. I'll have to do some research on that. In terms of like what our storms are looking like right now, they are looking a little piddly diddly. They are letting a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings be expired, which is great news. Still watching this little area over here near Joplin, though. Well, Licking, Missouri. Let me see where Licking is. It's a small chance. You guys are... Oh, I think we just got a new tornado warning. Hold on. Yep, we just got a new tornado warning here near Carl's Junction. This is in Missouri. Carl's Junction, Roanoke, Alba, Carrington, and Jasper need to be in their safe spots. check. Where's that area of rotation? Yeah, area of rotation is right here. About to move into Carl Junction. Not seeing a debris signature right now, but Carl's Junction needs to be rushing to their safe spots, as this is pretty close to you guys already. Yeah, right there near Klondike is where that rotation is right now. There's also a little bit of broader circulation here near Carl's Junction as well. So again, if you live in Oronogo and Alba and Carytown and Jasper, you guys all need to be in your safe spots. Let me see if I have a camera a little bit further north. This is in South or North Joplin here. Let me see if I have one like closer to Carthage. None in Jasper. Yeah, this is the furthest north camera we have in Joplin. That one's not working. Trying to get a sky view. Northwest Joplin. Trying to remember. Yeah, where this camera's in actually southwestern Joplin here. Near one of those more southern circulations. You can see there is a little bit of a lowering there, but I don't think that's anything. I don't see any motion, like scary motion on it. Getting really windy in Carl's Junction, yeah. Yeah, we come over to our velocities here. You can see that there is quite a decent amount of wind also with this. And right in here, there's that area of circulation that just got tornado warned. It is going into Carl's Junction right now. Not seeing a tornadic debris signature, so I don't think there's a tornado yet with this storm. But if you live in this area, be in your safe spots just in case this rotation gets a little bit stronger. There's also another rotation north of Carl's Junction heading towards Alba. Actually, probably heading more towards Jasper, to be honest. Should go just north of Alba. Any tornado threat for the Greenland state today? Greenland state? What is the Greenland state? You got the app? Yay! Welcome to Weather Circle. Hopefully you find it helpful. In fact, let's check Weather Circle. Do we have any new reports from our users? We do have some folks in Alabama now that are reporting stuff. Nightwolf says hi from Dora, Alabama, and Kyle Banks says, hey, well, hello, welcome to the app. Hopefully you guys will help us later on as the storms come through tomorrow morning with storm reports. Weather Circle is pinned in the comment. It's also in the description of our live stream as well, if you guys want to join and give us some storm reports. We are looking for storm reports here in Missouri. So if you guys live in southeastern Missouri and you want to join us over here, that would be very helpful so we can see what's happening down there and report it to everybody else in the area. Hope you are feeling better. I am feeling better. Wow. This rotation's actually getting concerning here near Galesburg. This northern one is getting concerning. That is just near Next City. about to go just north of Next City, near Crossville and Preston. This is actually looking like it could drop a tornado soon. If you live in this area, make sure that you guys are in your safe spots. Wow, there's even a little donut hole on radar here. It's a pretty decent area of rotation. Also, Joplin and Carthage are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds to the south. Make sure you're indoors for that one. And they also just extended this severe thunderstorm warning into Springdale, Farmington, and Prairie Grove here in Arkansas. Not seeing any dangerous rotations along this area. Maybe a little bit of rotation just to the east of Stillwell. Yeah, Carl Junction can come out of their safe spots. The worst has passed Carl Junction, and also Gulfton as well. But Galesburg, Crossville, Next City, and Preston definitely still need to be in their safe spots as this area of rotation is looking more serious as time goes on. What was the app name again? The app it's in the pinned comment in chat, like the little white thing at the top of chat. It looks like a little white pillbox. The link is in that, and it's also in the description if you want to download it and give us some reports. We are here and waiting for reports in Missouri. Courtney Hoff also says, hello. Emma Rose says there is weather out there, sunny and clear temperatures being reported in Canada. I think that's our first Canadian. No, we had a Canadian post from somebody else as well. Second Canadian post. Oh, that's. And Courtney Hoff is over here near Austin. She says, hey, everybody. It looks like we just got an update to our tornado warning. Still radar indicated. And right in there, there's your area of some pretty decent rotation. Still no debris signature yet. Yeah, your girl Frank was the first Canadian, yes. Be in safe spots, have your pets, a phone charger, and water sending prayers. Thank you. I'm sure the people in this area are appreciative of you doing that. You're in Carl Junction, nothing crazy happened. Well, that's good. Yeah, Carl Junction can come out of their safe spots now, folks. The storm is past you guys. We're mainly monitoring over here near Next City here, where a potential tornado could happen in between Crossville and Neckville. There's our area of rotation. You can tell it's rotating by the fact we got these blues here on the south and some grays directly touching each other right in that area. So our rotation where the tornado could happen is right here. We're watching to see if anything blue is going to pop up here on our correlation coefficient. If that happens, then that means if that happens right over where this rotation is, inside of some reflectivity, that means there is a tornado on the ground. But as of right now, we're not seeing that. So if you live in Preston and Jasper, I would still be in your safe spot. We still got enough rotation there to be concerned about a tornado threat with this storm. Us Canadians can post on it. Absolutely. Anybody in the world can post on it. You can post from Europe. You can post from Antarctica. Where I live in Joplin, we are in a tornado warning right now. No, Joplin is not in a tornado warning. You do, though, however, have some rotations nearby you that we're keeping an eye on. But so far, they haven't really done much. But still some gusty winds are to come with your guys' storm. Looks like your girl Frank is looking for friends in Canada on Weather Circle. Still waiting for that latest radar scan to come in. So we got another report from Canada. It says overcast and warm today, 2 degrees Celsius. That's warm? Jeez Louise, that's over there. And well, you guys might actually get some storms, which would be crazy. Pretty close. Some heavier rain, maybe. Thank you for letting us know. We also got a post here in southern Arkansas. Firefighter Jacob says, hello from Smackover, Arkansas. Well, hello. Thank you for joining the app. I do appreciate it. And again, y'all, if you're trying to post photos and videos, you got to subscribe to Weather Circle Pro. It is $1 to $10 depending on your financial situation. You choose. It's an honor system. But just in case you're trying to figure out how to do that, that is how you do that. The latest scan, still an area of some pretty decent rotation here. Not seeing a correlation coefficient. Still waiting for that latest velocity scan to come in, though. Our rotation is likely over here south and east of Crossville now. Not seeing a debris signature, so still no tornado on the ground, but I want Jasper to be in their safe spots. Toronto is beautiful. Weather dating app? Maybe coming soon. I'm just kidding. Or maybe, you know what? That's not a bad idea. How many folks love weather, but struggle to find people? Do you love weather and struggle to find people who like weather too? Come over to Weather Circle. All right, latest scan over here. We do have still some rotation here. It does look like it's getting a little bit weaker on our latest scans, so that's good. But it's still strong enough, I think, for Jasper to be in their safe spots. Galesburg is now good, and Next City is also now good to come out of their safe spots. Still a little pretty, you know, this area of rotation is weird here near Joplin. Let me check from maybe if we got another radar perspective on that. No. I mean, there's definitely some rotation. There's just not a whole lot of precipitation. Let me see if let's go get another camera. Maybe a little bit further west. See if we can get a view on that. Just to make sure. I don't think it's anything, but it does have my attention a little bit. Maybe we got to be like northern Joplin. Oops, what happened there? Oh. We'll see if we see anything on this camera. I don't think it's gonna be able to see much. Yeah, still waiting on the latest velocity signature, but I think our rotation, just judging by our velocity, has moved further off to the east now, just to the north and west of Preston, still heading towards Jasper. Hopefully that rotation looks even weaker. It does. Okay, awesome. That is not a concerning signature at all there. They are shrinking this tornado warning now. Expires in 18 minutes for Jasper. But the good news is that this is a lot more of a broad circulation now, not as tight. Oh, wow. Look at this over in Arkansas. Getting windy. This is near Fayetteville, Arkansas. Windy and rainy. Is going to be heading towards Springfield or Springdale, I think, in a little bit. Yeah, that's a tornado report. Yes. You can access the tornado reports in the layer drop down. It's on the header of the app. Yeah, still some decent winds coming into Central City. Still a weird little signal here. I mean, that's still rotation heading towards Lone Elm. I'm not seeing any debris. I don't think it's much, but I'm still trying to get eyes on it. Might be able to see it now a little bit better here. Looking back in there, I'm not really seeing much. Fortunately, this camera has a couple of water droplets on it. I'm not seeing anything concerning. This is in Joplin, kind of central Joplin. Storms miss you until they don't. Yep. That's how it works. All right, I'm gonna go refill my water real quick. Giving the reporting duties back over to the Weather Circle app. Come over on Weather Circle and post. I'll be back in just a little bit. Gotta get some waters. We're getting a report that the weather is absolutely beautiful up here in Michigan. You, Alexis? Oh, look, your girl Frank, you got a neighbor. Gray Hen says Pembroke, Ontario is overcast, 3 degrees Celsius, which is 30. Thank you for translating that into American units. Thank you. We appreciate that. Gray Hen. Colt says it feels like April outside over here in Alabama. Thank you. Thank you. Look at that. We got a lot of people posting right now. Thank you. Hopefully we can get some more people in our severe threat. Post some stuff. Let us know what's happening. All right, latest scan on this tornado warning. Still very weak rotation there near Jasper. Expires in 14 minutes. I can see them expiring it sooner than that if that rotation continues to struggle there. I want to check back down here into Arkansas. We do have some stronger winds about to move into West Fork here south of Springdale. Let's get a new camera up down there. Or down up there. Wait. That still doesn't make sense. There's West Fork. We'll go just north in Greenland, Arkansas. As you can see, it is rainy. It's nice and toasty, 5 degrees Celsius. Negative 5 degrees Celsius, says Emma Rose. Yikes. That is in Canada, thankfully. Whoa, what is that on our... Look at that. This is in Joplin. It appears to be a little bit of a lowering there. Not a whole lot of rotation on that. Interesting, though. That's like the first dark cloud we've seen like all day. It's so rainy. The good news is that I'm not seeing, there's actually a little bit of rotation in that on radar. Just in central Joplin, that's what we're looking at that camera, with that camera. There's a little bit there. It's so weird. It's such a low precipitation area, but there is a little bit of rotation. Just not enough, at least for me to be concerned about, to be honest. I wouldn't be worried about this little dark thing, but we're keeping a little eye on it, as you can see, just in case it does something surprising. It looks like they did officially allow that tornado warning up north to expire, by the way, so everybody can come out of their safe spots there in near what was it? Yeah, near Jasper. Let me change my overlay again. I wonder if these buttons still work. Okay, that one definitely doesn't. Go, and we'll change our title back. A little bit of rotation developing now north of Milford. Look at that. Got to keep an eye on that. That's north of Milford in Missouri. Very interesting little area here of some rotation trying to tighten up there. That'll be moving up just to the north of Zodiac in Missouri here in a little bit. Gonna keep a close eye on that. Rotation is now moved up towards Webb City there, but man, it's so weird. There's just no precipitation around these areas of rotation. I'm wondering if we're getting some contamination issues down there in Joplin, maybe giving us some false signals. Another little area of rotation over there near Goodman, a little bit of precipitation there. And this guy right here has just a tiny bit of rotation south of Neosho. Again, not strong enough to really concern me yet. And heavy rain and severe weather now pushing in two parts of Arkansas near Prairie Grove and heading into West Fork. We're talking about the potential here for some 60 mile per hour winds. Still keeping an eye on that threat. Not really seeing much rotation, maybe a little bit of weak circulation here just to the south of Lincoln. But that's the latest. Let's do a composite view. As you can see, our line of storms extends. Let's do precipitation type here. Oops. Yeah, our line of storms extends all the way down technically into Dallas, Texas. Probably not getting any lightning or much rain from that, but we are expecting this to extend eventually down all the way into Houston, into Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee. Could even get some stronger storms in Illinois and Indiana as well through Mississippi, or through Missouri and St. Louis later on today. Have I heard of Storm Goretti in Europe? Yeah, we are waiting for our first reports to come out of Europe. You can sign up for the app and post. You know, if you do post, we will definitely on Weather Circle, which is in the chat and also in the description. If you do post, sorry to hear that, but that's not very weather related. So I'm gonna dislike that. This is a weather related app. This is unfortunately, well, you know, it is social media. If people want to interact with you and give you advice, they can. Screw it. Freedom of speech. It started to crank up, says Kyle Banks. They are, where's Kyle? No, he's over here in Alabama. I guess he's watching radar for you guys. In Missouri. Yeah, I mean, you can join in the UK, and if you post something, you know, if we get any posts about that storm, we'll definitely talk about it and we'll share it. But yeah, potentially up to 100 mile per hour winds coming into northern France with the Sting Jet. I was looking near Chicago. I think Chicago might see some storms. If we come back on our on Weather Circle here, you can see some thunderstorms are going to be possible for Chicago. I don't think you guys are going to get much severe weather, but definitely some windy conditions, potentially up to 40 to 50 mile per hour winds are possible, and maybe a small chance for severe weather, but it should mainly be thunderstorms there as we move into about 8 p.m. tonight. The radar looks like South America. Kind of does, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, still a decent area. Now tightening rotation here near Zodiac. I think they need to throw a tornado warning on this. We could have a tornado warning here shortly near Zodiac. No debris signature yet, but that is tightening up still, just to the south and west of Zodiac. I do believe that's enough rotation to support a tornado warning. So if you live near Zodiac, I would consider being in your safe spots. That's up to you. You're not tornado warned yet, but you got the warning here first. You can act on that as you may. That could produce it. That's enough rotation to produce a tornado. Down here into Arkansas, we're still monitoring a camera here near just in Greenland, Arkansas. The storm's not quite there yet. I might bring it a little bit further to the south, actually. Let me bring it just a tad further to the south. We'll go Prairie Corner, or Pitkin Corner. We'll see what this storm is like in Arkansas here in a little bit. Registered for your state in Vermont. Thank you. The people in Vermont will thank you. I mean, the whole purpose of Weather Circle is to get way more storm reports than we currently have. If you look here, these are all the storm reports that have happened in Oklahoma and Kansas. If we had like 1,000 to 2,000 people that use Weather Circle in this area, there would be 10 times more than this, and there would be pictures and videos, and people would be able to see what the storm is actually doing. That's the whole purpose of this app. I've added other features just in case you guys want to look at models, just in case. Oh, look, we got a post over here in northwestern Missouri. Bit of rain, but my collection of 11 weather radios are prepared for anything. Oh my gosh, it is gonna get very very loud in your house if you get any warnings today. Let me see what your storms are looking like. Yeah, it looks like maybe some cold core storms. So, you know, I'm not gonna say tornado threat 100%, but sometimes these cold core storms can surprise us with like a weak tornado. So I'd be keeping an eye on it just in case. But thank you for that post. And we'll be looking for your updates if those storms actually fire up there. It's okay, weather boy. It's okay. Sometimes you need to vent. You know, I understand going through breakups are sad. You feel like a part of you is missing. I get it. It's okay to vent. Hey, thank you 2990 for the $10. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Welcome back, Help. Welcome back. Weather bomb. Yeah, well, it's called a bomb cyclone, but yeah, in the UK right now, in the south, and it's ramping up. Well, hey, if you got any videos or anything to share, we will check it out for sure. We'll report on those at least. I'm probably not going to be monitoring radar or anything, but we'll definitely keep an eye on the storm reports on Weather Circle if they do come in. All right, let's see here. Yeah, still some stronger winds trying to make it into Greenland, West Fork, and Fayetteville as our line of storms approaches. We have pretty much only one Boeing segment down here, though, heading into West Fork. I do want to check back up here on this circulation. Okay, good news is it's not as strong, but there still is rotation there, and there's another area of rotation developing over near Olympia, Missouri now, just north of Jericho Springs. Keeping an eye on that for sure. Let me get chat back up. But yeah, moderate. The Weather Circle is essentially a weather map-based social media where you give storm reports. You can monitor models from there. Radar. The radar isn't completely up to date. Unfortunately, it's usually about 10 minutes behind because the public data from the NWS or from the national or the NOAA, it is always about 5 to 7 minutes behind. In order to get live data, like weather-wise, you need to pay like $20,000 a year for a specific live service, which we just don't have enough to buy. So that's a lot of money. But it is super high resolution radar. So there is that. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, over here near West Fork, that's probably the strongest storm we've got right now. These ones up here are decent, and you know what I don't think they're too severe in terms of their winds, but there are some areas of rotation that we are monitoring for a brief tornado threat here near Montevallo. So we got an update on this storm near Springdale and Farmington. Looks like they're keeping that 60-mile-per-hour wind warning on this storm as it moves into Farmington and West Fork. That is the latest across the board here. We'll do the composite, a little bit of a zoom out here so everybody can see their storm and precipitation. $20,000. Who do you make that check out to? Yeah. Believe it or not, that's it surprised me because that's the University of Oklahoma that charges that for that live data. So they're making a lot of money off of these weather app companies. Holy crap. But you'd think something like that would be free. I don't understand why it's not free. Why is live radar not free? I think the best is level 3 data. You can get that 2 to 3 minutes before, but level 3 data has less resolution. It's not as good. Update from England. Winds up to 100 miles per hour. Due very soon in Cornwall and Devon in Southwest England. Met Office have issued a red danger to life warning, and then the wind moving along the south coast. Okay, well, stay safe out there. That's not going to be good. Okay, SPC apparently has updated the day 2 convective outlook. Slight risk was maintained but expanded into Louisiana. Oh yeah. Yeah, slight risk is now over here near Monroe, Alexandria, and Lafayette, and New Orleans for tomorrow. So it did expand a little bit further to the south, I think. Let me just make sure this is up to date here. Yeah, this is the most up-to-date one. So that's going to be still a tornado risk. Alexandria, Lafayette, Jackson, Hattiesburg, Meridian, Starkville. Hail threat of around 5%. So we're getting some new posts. Got one from Leslie Ann. Storm pass, strong winds, very quick storm. Strong winds remain. Yeah, you weren't too far away, Leslie, from an 88 mile per hour wind report. Terry, all right, let's see. We're missing some posts. All right, Joshua says, glad to see others popping up on the map. Let's support this app. Make sure to subscribe, even if it's just $1. Yeah, I mean, guys, the monthly subscription to this app is a slider. You know, you can pay $1 or you can pay 10. Just depends on your financial situation. I think Terry for the report says rainy and 50 degrees in Chillicothe, Missouri. All right, thank you for that report. We are getting some reports in Missouri. That's awesome. Guys, if you're in Missouri, we want to see what's happening, especially near these severe storms, for sure. But thank you, thank you. All right, let's come back into our high-definition radar. It looks like they just expanded the severe thunderstorm warning off to the east for El Dorado Springs and Osceola. Still got an area of rotation here south of El Dorado Springs, moving off to the north and east towards 54, eventually heading pretty close to Roscoe and Vista. Make sure you guys are continuing to keep an eye on that. It's rainy in Missouri for the most part, and we do have a severe storm near El Dorado Springs and Osceola with some rotation as well. So gotta keep an eye on that. Let's come down to Springdale and Farmington. Yeah, still some pretty strong winds about to move into West Fork here. Potentially up to 60 miles per hour. Another little Boeing segment down here near Roland as well. I would assume they extend this unless our ground reports aren't that high. I mean, if we come over to our storm reports, we haven't really seen any new storm reports in a while out here. Yeah, no new storm reports. Jill from Pittsburgh just posted, says, I saw the sun in Pittsburgh today. Congrats. Night Wolf says, paying close attention to James Spann for tomorrow. There you go. Alabama peep right there. Weather Boy says, look at Rap Model. Tomorrow it has 3 STP. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. Check Garardi satellite. It is impressive. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't know how I would get that information though. Got a new post from Lil Cam, 57 degrees and sprinkling in Columbia, Missouri. Thank you for that update. We got any folks from Arkansas tuning in? I haven't seen any reports out of Arkansas. All right, what was I gonna do? Let's go move this camera up to Farmington. Just south of Springtail. Right here. Oh, wow. Dark and rainy there. Oh, yeah. The wind and rain is picking up over here near Farmington, Arkansas. What's up? Are you getting hungry? I'll feed you in a bit. What time is it? Yeah, Chazzy, you still got an hour, buddy. Eat your treats. Oh, here's a good view. Check this out. May post if things get hectic. Well, we'll be looking out for your updates, Red Feather. Sherman, Texas. All right, all right. I don't think it's gonna get too active in Texas, but could see some severe weather down there for sure. We'll be looking out for your reports too. Okay, looks like we just got an extension of one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Down over here near Fort Smith. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards Cedarville, Mountainburg, and St. Paul. Rudy as well. The one after Weddington. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's looking northbound. Let's go a little bit further south in Arkansas and see if we can actually find a view of like the leading edge of the storm. It should be possible to see it. You can kind of see something on the left side here. Yeah, it is a little bit of rainy. Jeez, that's like a big old tower cam there. Where's Fort Smith? I think it's down here. We should be able to see something near Fort Smith. Oh yeah, look at that. A little bit ominous back in there. Let me try to get a better view. Actually, I don't think that's Fort Smith, is it? Oh, it is, yeah. Just north of Fort Smith. Yeah, we should be able to eventually see this storm pretty well down here. It's a little bit, we'll be able to see it here first. Yeah, it's just west of Alma where we're looking. Just came across your channel today and subscribed. Thank you for your coverage. Yeah, no problem. Thunder getting pretty loud. Yeah, I mean, are we getting a lot of thunder with these storms? Also, let me try to get a Missouri cam like up here near Osceola if we can. Let's see. Do we have anything up here? Where is this? Near El Dorado Springs. This should be in it. Well, that's not a very helpful view. We do have cameras near Springfield, where some heavier rain is coming. Near Republic. It's getting rainy out there near Springfield. The good news is that the southern portion of these storms are not severe right now. There's maybe a little bit stronger winds near Purdy. Yeah, our main storm threat here is back over south of El Dorado Springs, where there is still an area of rotation south of El Dorado. So we're still monitoring this area for a quick and brief spin up, heading towards Collins, Missouri. Oh yeah, there's the leading edge of the storm. Look at that on the left side of the screen here near Fort Smith. Reporter, waterfalls from the sky. Yeah, there you go. That would be accurate, I would assume. What's that? Is it South Park or Family Guy where that weather reporter is like, it's raining sideways? And he's like a quick cut to him. Ollie the weatherman. Yeah, that's it. It's gonna rain. They had to rein him in. Oh, we're getting punny in chat. I just got a new post from somebody in Missouri. Said it rained pretty hard and some wind, and now it's calm. Thank you. That was from near Joplin. Thank you for that report. Yeah, still looking good tornado-wise here in Arkansas, but definitely some stronger winds coming into the West Fork area. Let's go look at how those look like with our cameras. Not too bad. Go a little further north into like Greenland, Arkansas. Yeah, definitely heavier rain up near Greenland, Arkansas. A little windy. Camera's not really shaking too much though. Scud and Joplin was more scary than this. that Scud did look pretty interesting. It did have a little bit of rotation too. It looks like our storm is moving to the east a little bit. Let's get another view from it here eastbound on... Actually, we won't be able to see it eastbound, I don't think. Yeah, westbound will probably be our best view near Lee Creek Road in Arkansas there. It's gusty here in Greenland. Thank you for the report. Gonna check back up here with the it looks like these rotations have kind of got spaghettified here, which is good. Maybe still a little bit trying to happen here south of Roscoe into parts of Missouri. But yeah, a lot of rain pretty much is the story out there for a lot of Missouri. I'm gonna do our Springfield camera here. think this one's struggling. Let's try to find a better camera near Springfield. Mount Vernon, windy there. Let me find. There it is. I finally found that camera file. This should be more consistent than the actual Missouri site. So let me let that load, and then we'll use that instead for the Missouri one. Arkansas seems to be doing pretty well. At least the camera website from Arkansas is. Let me see if PA Storm Trackers has gone live yet. No, they are still scheduled to go live in 16 minutes. So we should have a storm chaser here shortly. Okay, looks like the camera program is loading in. Okay. Well, the polygons shouldn't be there. There we go. Hello, hello, welcome in. Odessa, Missouri, and it's pretty windy. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Pretty cloudy, but I guess that's to be expected for now. It's been trying off and on rain. Yeah. I mean, that's honestly pretty much what we're expecting for the most part for a lot of Missouri. We could, but like, for instance, like little instances like this where we're going to get, you know, little tiny areas of severe weather here and there is pretty much the outlook for the rest of the day. You can see that our 5% tornado risk is gone now. We're now at a 2% tornado risk. Our instability is dying off as we speak, right? But, you know, there still definitely is a chance. If our jet stream can get strong enough, we could still see some chances for some brief spin ups every now and then, which is why we're here still monitoring it. Yeah, I know John McKinney is live, but he is $50 an hour, and we just do not make that much usually on our live streams. So we would technically go in the negative getting him. But, you know, if there's like a tornado warning and a tornado on the ground and he's got a view of it, we will switch over to him. For sure. We do have that option. It was sketched before the line got to us, had a power surge in Greenland, Arkansas. Oh, wow. Check Bentonville. Yeah, Bentonville is getting their portion of the line right now. Potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there, but probably just rain, in all honesty. Yeah, just a little bit of rain. Looks like you guys missed the worst of it. The strongest storms are actually happening over here near Cedarville now with 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a camera down there near Van Buren. We might have to go a little bit further north, though. More towards like Mountainburg to really get an understanding of how strong this line is. We'll keep this right here for now until the line gets closer. That's supposed to stay in the Missouri for the rest of the day. Yeah. Yeah. If we come over to our weather models, let them load. Jeez. All right. Yeah. Come over to our weather models. You can see that like people live in the areas like Northwest, Terry Graves, Little Cam over there in Columbia, Kansas City, and St. Joseph are going to be mainly seeing heavy rain. Every now and there might be some stronger storms develop. But we might get another resurgence of some stronger storms as we move into around 2 p.m. over there near Rolla and St. Louis, from like 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. over there. And then also our line of storms will start to push a little bit further south as we get into 6 p.m. Before kind of fizzling. Everything's going to try to fizzle out as we get into around 12 a.m. But there could still be some gustier winds. But then they start to resurge again as we go into tomorrow morning by around 3 a.m. here in Mississippi. Oh wow, we got a snow picture in northern Wisconsin. I don't know why that didn't show up on the map. Yeah, you might not have your location on, which is probably why that didn't show up. But this is what it looks like out there. Pretty snowy. Look at that. Nice little snow on the ground. Man, I wish Alabama could just get that once this year. Just once. Just a little bit of snow. Would be nice. Please update for Springfield, Missouri. Sure. For Springfield, Missouri, you got some heavier rain coming your way, and that's going to continue, for the next couple of hours, and it should clear out by around 3 p.m. Some small chances for severe weather and maybe a small chance for a spin up. Every time I leave the webpage and come back, it automatically logs me out and doesn't remember my info, even though I checked remember me. Thank you. I will work on that. I'll give Libby a follow. I'll follow all of y'all after the stream. Here, Chaz barking. Yeah. Probably some cows outside. You want snow in Houston? Whew. That's a tall order. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended towards Berryville, Hinesville, and Huntsville here in Arkansas. And we still have our line of storms approaching Mountainburg. It should work. Thank you for answering. I'm getting stressed. Be safe, everyone. Yep. I agree. Everybody, please be safe out there. If you're under severe thunderstorm warning, just be indoors. It's all it takes. All it takes to survive. Oh, wow. Latest scan out here is a little bit interesting. South of Osceola, heading towards Vista and Tracy, Missouri. Not sure if that's a legitimate signal or not, but if it is, that's a decent area of rotation. Let me see how that's developed here. Yeah, maybe just like a brief little instance here of some pretty decent rotation just north of Rainy, heading towards Vista and Tracy. If that continues to hold in that intensity, we might get a tornado warning, but they're probably thinking the same thing. Like, why is this green pixel there? Oh, nope. Okay. They are not. So yeah, little tornado warning now in Missouri. That's going to be for Vista, Tracy, Osceola, Harper, Iconium, Brownsford, and Fox Run. Yeah, I'm curious where if this green pixel is legitimate or not, but I think it's enough to, prompt a tornado warning. I do. So that, again, is Osceola, Vista, Tracy, Harper, Iconium, Brownsford, and Fox Run here in Missouri. This is a tornado warning in the area. So make sure you guys are getting to your safe spots immediately. That is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. You guys need to be getting there immediately. That, and then perfect. Okay. Yeah, latest scan, still a decent area of rotation there. No debris signature yet. About to cross just over 13. That is, let me see if I can get like a street name on that. I can't. I think it's Route 13. Heading towards Roe Bartle Scout Reservation in Harper. Is Ohio going to get hit today or tomorrow? Ohio, we're not really expecting much for Ohio. Definitely some rain possible, but really not expecting anything severe. Probably some wind, if I had to guess. Look at the wind gusts. Yeah, looks like maybe, yeah, some sort of stronger winds, potentially 40 to 50 miles per hour in northern Ohio as we go to Friday morning. And that should clear out by Friday afternoon by around 4 p.m. Mainly talking over there like near Fort Wayne, Cleveland, maybe even Columbus, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And then it gets really gusty over there near Buffalo. 70 mile per hour winds possible over there near Buffalo, New York. And also that could spread up into the mountains of New York and maybe even 50 mile per hour winds over there near Burlington as well. So yeah, not looking too crazy in terms of like severe weather, but definitely some windy weather. Still waiting on the latest radar update over here near Vista. And thank you, Lucas, for joining Weather Circle. They say, hi, I'm new here. Well, welcome. Whoa. Check this out. Our first South American viewer. They're in Chile. That's cool. Welcome, welcome. First South American to join the app. That's so cool. Welcome. You live in Chile, earthquake prone. A little scary. Hopefully you haven't experienced any of those strong earthquakes that you guys have had down there. Yeah, latest scan here, still a decent little area of rotation, about to cross over Route 13. Still no indications of a tornado on the ground yet, but I still want Harper, Iconium, Brownsford, and Fox Run to continue to be in their safe spots. I'm going to check back down in here. We do still have a decently strong line of storms heading towards Mountainburg. Looks like Hinesville and Huntsville, Arkansas are next. 60 mile per hour winds there as well. Let's do a little zoomed out view here, composite view, so everybody can see their storm. Me too. It's exciting. You know, it's a new app. I've never made an app before, so it's exciting to see people use it. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Everybody say hi to Josh. That's one of my real life friends. Where in Missouri is there a tornado warning? It's up here near Osceola, near Vista and Bartle Scout Reservation, kind of heading in the direction of Warsaw, Missouri. So kind of southeastern Missouri, southeastern central area of Missouri there. We're waiting on the latest scan to come through. He says he's actually a scorned lover. Oh gosh. Josh is a huge troll. So get ready for a bunch of Joshua misinformation. No, I do not speak Spanish. I've taken Spanish classes before, but I was technically forced to do that in high school. I know a couple of words. Latest scan here. Still some broad circulation, but it looks like it's getting a little bit weaker there. So if it continues on that trend, we might see this tornado warning get expired, but I still technically think it's enough for like Harper Iconium to continue to be in their safe spots. What's up? Hello, hello. Southwest. Yeah, sorry, I meant that. Yeah, not east. Yeah, I know like hola, ¿cómo estás? Chupos mis huevos. That's about it. Those are the only Spanish words I know. Let's see here. Rain and wind picking up near Eldon, Missouri. Okay, thank you. Those are the only ones I know, guys. I'm being honest. Don't, you know, weatherman goes wild and everybody, weatherman goes honest and everybody freaks out just for a little bit. That's okay. If it makes you feel any better, the only French words I know are voulez-vous cliché avec moi. That is it. And they just updated this tornado warning, radar indicated still. I would love to learn more French and go to Quebec. Feliz Navidad. I do know that one. Yes. Heard of that one before. Quebec people don't speak French. Really? Well, I still want to go. I'm pretty sure they do speak French. Or a form of it. Okay, we should be getting a view of this storm in Arkansas. And just make sure this is current here. Yeah, something about Myrtle Beach. And Quebec people. Specifically, Quebec females. I went to Myrtle Beach with my friend Trey, and I had a crush on like every girl in Myrtle Beach. And yes, we did go around saying voulez-vous cliché avec moi. My friend Trey taught me it and didn't tell me what it meant until like I said it like 8 times. He said it was a common greeting. Which was bull crap. It does not mean that. Starting early today? Yeah, we started like 8. We've already been live for almost 4 hours. Let me see if there's a better view of this storm. We'll cycle some cameras here to see if we can get some eyes on it. Should be able to see it. Maybe just a tad further north. I can hear this should be in the storm. Yeah. Oh, cliché. Is that a French word? Oh, let me change my title. Bonjour. I know bonjour. Yep. Is Bon Jovi a French word? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was fake stupid. Imagine though going to like France and saying Bon Jovi instead of bonjour and like legitimately thinking that that meant like hello. All right, let's come back up here to this tornado warning just to make sure it's still weak. It is still very weak, but there is still technically some circulation there. I think Osceola is fine. I honestly think with this much circulation, Iconium will probably be fine. We're probably about to see this tornado warning expire, if I had to guess. There is rotation there. It's just not very strong anymore. A little bit, definitely enough to monitor, I would say. How am I feeling? I am feeling better. Still have a little bit of remnants of the sickness, like still a little bit of congestion. But for the most part, I am feeling better. Let's check on Weather Circle to see if we have any reports. It's like 10 Racing Reflectivity says hello from southern Wisconsin. Hello, hello. By the way, guys, if you want to join our weather social media app, the link is in the pinned comment in the chat and also in the description. It says Weather Circle, where you can report weather. That's what we're trying to do with this app, where you can report weather in app, and it's map based. So, you know, you don't have to search around on Facebook or on Twitter for city names and hope you can find it. It just pops up on the map and you can see it. That is the whole purpose. It just makes it easier to make weather reports. There's also models on here, you know, also warning based chats as well. So come join us. We want to see what you guys are experiencing. All right, update on our tornado warning. Still radar indicated. It says expires in now 9 minutes. They are still keeping it going. Still has a little area of rotation here. Still not very strong, still on the weaker side. But Iconium and Harper still stay in your safe spots just in case. Osceola is now officially out of the tornado warning, so you guys can come out of your safe spots. Let's come check back over here in Arkansas. Looks like Hinesville is now getting the storm. Huntsville is next, probably within the next 30 minutes. And then Mountainburg and St. Paul are down the line here for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. We haven't really seen too strong of winds yet from this storm. We've been monitoring it from our camera. You can see some wind blowing off the road there, so there is some wind. Purcell, Oklahoma tornado was around 7:30 a.m. this morning. Yeah. If we come over here, we can look at the tornado report itself. There's one in Purcell. It says at 11:31 p.m. I don't know what's up with that. Looks like our times might be off on our reports here, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to fix that. Don't know how. Oh, they might. I think I know what it is. They're probably reporting in UTC time. And we're not converting it correctly. It's about 6 hours ahead. So yeah, that's what's happening. I'll have to fix that. Put that on the list of stuff to do. I know it's a broad question, but do I think we'll get anything severe today? Probably not. Yeah, you can see like there are storms down there, but they're not really expected to get, you know, that strong until way later as this line like makes it into Louisiana. No more tornado watch. Yeah, the tornado watch is gone. We are officially out of the 5% tornado risk of today. We are still got a pretty large area where marginal severe weather will be possible from the rest of today, going into the night, in the early morning, and then we transition into a stronger threat tomorrow as we go into like Mansfield, Baton Rouge, Franklin, Houma, New Orleans, Covington, Hattiesburg, Brookhaven, Jackson, Meridian, Greenwood, Columbus. It's going to be tomorrow morning going into tomorrow afternoon, where we do have a pretty large 5% tornado risk out here. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you are weather aware tomorrow. And then there's still a 2% tornado threat for the rest of today. And as you can see currently, every now and then, this is kind of how the rest of today is going to be. Every now and then, we're going to have a little area of rotation develop that just gets over that threshold to where it will get a tornado warning. Most of them probably won't produce tornadoes, but some of them will. Or not some of them will. It is possible that we get a tornado today in Missouri. So we're watching out for that capability here during this live stream, and we'll keep you guys in the know. A little bit more of an organized line here, about to move into Springfield. Maybe eventually we'll try to become severe. Let me we do have a camera out in the Springfield area that we are monitoring. Could that be the case later today? No, it's not as elevated as yesterday, but there will be some strong winds associated with that line. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like random tornado warning up in like Illinois maybe, but I really don't think it's going to be as strong as the last time we covered Illinois. No, it's a lot less instability. There's definitely plenty of wind shear. The forcing is a little bit weaker too. So storms won't really be able to like reach up into some of that those stronger wind shear. Hey, Chazzy, have you eaten any of your treats? Eat your treats. No, you never eat when I'm live. Yeah, still weakening circulation here on this tornado warning. So nothing new has changed there. I'm gonna check down here just to make sure there's nothing suspicious happening here. Yeah, looking good here in Arkansas. Still some strong winds coming through the area though. Looks like we just got a new post here on a weather circle. This is from Eves Forever for him. We have a chance of thunderstorm in Michigan in January, right? A little bit odd, is it? A little bit odd. Where's the snow with this system? Snow is like back over here in Colorado mainly. Looks like Fort Collins is actually getting a decent amount of snow there, especially up in those mountainous regions. And snow is trying to happen on the backside of this storm near like Nebraska. Should eventually get some snow on the precipitation shield work in, but we're not really talking about a whole lot of snow. Probably the people that are going to be getting the most snow is Wisconsin out of this. Let me see if we can get a satellite view of this storm that's about to hit the UK. I have been interested. I wonder if weather-wise has a way to see that. Full disk. Kind of see it there. What if we go to goes west? No. Fortunately, they don't. Goes east. You can kind of see the storm there. Sting jets making it right into northern France, into southern UK right now. Okay, this tornado warning should be expiring soon. 1 minute until it expires. Maybe another area of some stronger wind developing here. Might have to watch this southern area for an area of rotation eventually as that approaches 65 here in Missouri. And thank you, Chastity, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. I think the seasons are shifting. Yeah, they will be. You know, the more and more we get further into global warming, you know, the more moisture there will be, the more heat there will be out across America. And, you know, the more likelihood that you could get severe weather in winter. But, you know, it's a lot more than that that contributes to severe weather. You need a storm in the area. But, you know, the general rule of thumb is if you have more moisture and more heat, you will have more severe weather opportunities, you know. You appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. New Orleans is in a 5% tornado risk for tomorrow. Yeah, they are. Yeah, there's a lot of people in a 5% tornado risk. And New Orleans, Houma, Franklin, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Covington, Natchez, Brookhaven, Jackson, Meridian, Hattiesburg, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Columbus. Aren't we in La Nina? I think we're barely in La Nina. We're kind of in like a neutral pattern, I think, right now, if not just barely in La Nina. Not just England. Let's see. Let's see if we can see the wind out over here. Oh, they don't have velocity. They do have weather radar out here. That's pretty cool. See, we can see. Oh yeah, look how fast that precipitation is moving across here. Yeah, those winds are probably really picking up out there. Be careful. We're waiting. You know, if you guys do live in Europe, you can post on Weather Circle. So if you guys got any reports to share, oh, we got Martin B here near Amsterdam in the Netherlands says snow is melting. There we go. Our first report out of the Netherlands. Is that right? What are you doing in the Netherlands, Martin? Yeah, I mean, if you guys join Weather Circle, the link is to join it is pinned in the chat and also in the description of this live stream. If you join Weather Circle, you can post videos and photos if you get Weather Circle Pro here in southern UK or northern France. And we will report on it if you send us a photo or video. All right, looks like they officially allowed that tornado warning to expire up here. Everybody can come out of their safe spots. And they also let that severe thunderstorm warning expire. So the only severe weather we have right now is in Arkansas. We do have some storms heading into Springfield here soon. No rotation, but those continue to upscale in growth. We could potentially see some severe weather there as well. Weather is weird. Yeah, weather can be weird. Yeah, 100%. Oh, wow. Apparently, from one of the tornadoes earlier in Purcell, Oklahoma, was ripped off of a house. Wow. That is not a weak tornado. The link is in chat if you guys want to look at that. You are Martin B. LOL. Yeah, it was snowing for days and now there is rain coming towards you. Oh, watch out for that wind. Might get some decent wind out of that storm as well. I am verified on YouTube now. Congratulations. Thank you. Bad damage. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, that almost the entire roof was gone. And that typically points at a stronger tornado. Does seem like things are calming down a little bit out here. Still a little bit of broad rotation here, south and west of Warsaw. We'll keep an eye on it. I gotta use the restroom though really quick, so we will let people over here on Weather Circle give you guys some entertainment. Now's the time to post, guys. You've got the mic. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for being patient. We are back. We just got an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they're going to be allowing it to expire. They're allowing all of our severe weather warnings to expire. So we're about to have 0 severe weather warnings. Or we do have 0 severe weather warnings. So, yeah. I guess if anybody's got any questions, we can use this time to talk about Weather Circle. Because there's no severe weather to report on right now. Does anybody have any questions on Weather Circle if you guys are in chat? Timing for Northeast Arkansas. Yeah, looks like about 9 p.m. How do you get Weather Circle? There it is in the chat description, or it's in the chat pinned message, and it's also in the live stream description. Work if you're sitting on the potty. It does do that. It does work there. Am I gonna go add warnings for in Europe for the app? I technically could. I just have to figure out exactly how to do that. What time is the weather going to be most active tomorrow? Early morning. You know, once these storms develop as we get into like 2 a.m. tonight, and then going into around 7 a.m. So yeah, it's going to be a long night for the folks there in Mississippi. And then these storms should, you know, congeal more into a line. There could be a tornado threat still in central Alabama. Then we get new storms fire later on, and those could have a tornado threat as well in the daytime. So a couple instances where tornadoes could be possible. And then along the warm front there could have some spin ups if that stays in the area of instability. So it's going to be a busy day going into tonight, into tomorrow. Things will probably stay pretty moderated until we get into tomorrow from here on out. Relic says, no questions from my spot, just money. Well, thank you. Great app then. 10 out of 10. Thank you. We'll keep the questions up on the right side. Evansville, Indiana. I wouldn't be necessarily concerned. No. Some rain and maybe some thunder and definitely some windy conditions. You know, maybe 20 to 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, but should stay under severe limits. Hopefully no tornadoes today in Houston. Yeah, in Houston, I'm not really seeing too much activity until we really get into about Friday 5 p.m. somewhere around that time frame. Storms could develop pretty much right over you. Let me see if we have our 18Z model runs out. See, the Remember Me works for me. Yeah, we do have 17Z in. We don't have the 18Z in yet, though. How do you get to public hangout? Are you on mobile or are you the heck? I don't know why this takes so long to load the models. They were loading a lot faster. Oh, I think I crashed my app by pressing too many buttons at once. It's not a perfect app yet. Definitely want it to be gentle with it. All right, let's try again. Forecast models. Okay, and then we'll go to 12Z. Yeah, once 18Z comes in, we'll look at that. Yeah, Hangout is up here. You just click on that and it shows the public Hangout. Yeah. On mobile, you might have to like swipe. So there's like a little header on mobile. You can swipe left on that and it shows you all of these options. It's like we just got a post out of Missouri. Just figured out how to find my profile on here. Still exploring. Yeah. Made a graphic on X showing past risks of severe weather for 1-8. Feel free to do whatever you want. Oh, I appreciate that. Feel free to post that on the app too. Albert says, thank God I'm missing Storm Go Ready. Where are you at? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to your south. True on that. True on that. Oh, we got a post from Florida. I think this is the first post we've had out of Florida. Fox Echo says, just added myself here in Florida. Well, thank you. Welcome, welcome. You do have to click to share your location. So the profile's up here where it says profile on the top. And then you click on that and it populates everything. You can do forecast for me. That's a personal live forecasting app from me. Get the 7-day forecast. Over here, this would be your the subscription button if you wanted to post photos or look at all of the model variables or see storm reports. But it's free if you just want to do text chat or look at radar or stuff like that. Having a little wind here in Houston. Yeah, that's probably that lower level jet coming through. Yeah. Still no new severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of rain and potentially a small amount of wind coming into Springfield. Let me see what that's looking like. Yeah, not seeing any indication of a severe wind. And not really seeing any strong rotations either. We can come up maybe to a little bit further of a northern radar from like Kansas City. Yeah. Looking good. Looking pretty quiet. Looks like the storm has lost a lot of its juice, which is what we were expecting. Having a little wind in, oh yeah, very cloudy, east central Germany. We got a post from Chicago. It says, just joined. Welcome in. 21 miles per hour sustained here in Paragould, Arkansas. It's windy out there. Oh, it's Redbird. Yeah, so we know Redbird. He made the cam program. Oh, wait, no. He says, I know you know Redbird. Me and him are working a bit to make his alert programs amazing. Yeah, I hope so. It is a great app. So you guys are doing good work. Smoke and Sizzle says, great app, no wind to speak of, and Nixa, Missouri, just rain at the moment. That's great news. Wow, look at this. Some nice snow. Out over here. That is in... that's in Canada. Jeez Louise. Y'all get way too much snow up there. I don't think I'd be able to handle that. It's just too cold. I'm just not a cold person. I can't handle the cold. I like warm and humid and sweaty weather. C. Durbin says, on Android, I can't slide the header to go to public feed or my profile. I had to tap on my name, location on the map to open. Just want to share that in case anyone is having the same issue. Interesting. I don't know what is causing that, to be honest. I don't have Android, and I have to ask my mom. She has an Android phone, but I will look into that. Hello, Kara. Welcome, welcome. Hello from Ohio, she says. Evening all from cold and damp Norfolk, UK. Another UK in. Yep, we got another person in the UK. Welcome in. Wow, this is so cool. You know, when I made this app, I didn't really think, when I made this app, I didn't really think it'd be too much of a global app. I was more thinking about the United States, but I didn't put any criteria in to keep it that way. And we did keep the cities out here for you guys as well. I was making custom United States cities. You can see when I move away from the United States, the regular United States cities come up, and then when I come back, they go away because I put custom cities on there so they could be more legible. What does St. Louis look like for 4 to 5 p.m.? St. Louis, yeah, around 4 to 5 p.m. Definitely some chances there for some severe weather and some damaging winds. Probably a resurgence of our damaging wind threat as that comes into St. Louis. But again, I'm not expecting anything too crazy out there. But we're mainly talking about some damaging winds. Might get up to 60 mile per hour winds and maybe a brief chance for a tornado here and there. Works fine. Okay, so someone says works fine on my browser on my Android Yule phone Armor 26 Ultra. Yeah, I wonder if that's like a phone issue. Wish I could be on that here and on the app at the same time. Yeah. You know, I've already got my live streaming in the app, specifically for personal forecasts, which are $10 on the app. You get a 15-minute live forecast from me for your exact area. So I do have that feature in there. Do y'all think I should add my live stream to the app as well? Hello, First from Chicago. Can you shout out your mom, Liz? She loves watching your lives. Absolutely. Shout out to Liz. Thank you for watching. What's the app called? It's called Weather Circle. It's in the pinned area in the chat, and it's also in the description of this live stream, the link. Yes, put it on there. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Have I seen the 98 mile per hour wind gust reported in the UK? No, I didn't. Did not see that. Nobody from the UK told me. But you did in chat or YouTube chat, so thank you so much. So yeah, wind is getting bad out there in the UK. We can come over to our MRMS radar. Oh yeah, look at that. Jeez, that is quite the storm. I don't know why it's so glitchy when I press the animation. Oh, it's re-rendering when I zoom in. Interesting. I love finding problems with my apps. Jeez, we got somebody posted down here in Brazil? Thank God you're not in Venezuela. I'd be worried sick for you. But we got Tunico Brazil posted. They might have deleted it though, because I'm not seeing. Oh, there it is. Just looking at the severe weather there over there in the USA. Well, thank you for checking in on us. Welcome in. And thank you, Cheryl, for the $10. Thank you so much. Thanks for not charging that person for the shout out to his mom. You're welcome. But if you give me $100, I can give a shout out to your grandma. No, I'm just kidding. How can you log into the app? The link's in the pinned chat. I'll put in the regular chat as well. Yeah, we're just hanging out here on Weather Circle until we get some more alerts to talk about. And right now, it's just a lot of rain. Yeah, the link's in the chat, though, if you want to join. We'll bring up radar. It's a little bit behind, but at least we can still kind of watch radar while we're doing this. Oh, wow. Springfield radar is not updating for some reason. That's annoying. Fort Smith is updating. That's good. I don't know what happened to Springfield's radar. It might be, maybe have like the wrong tag on it in the code. But this is why we do this, in order to figure out, you know, what's working and what's not. Y'all like the drop shadow where it looks like the radar is like popping out of the map? You can shout out Chazzy for $1,000. What the heck? That's ludicrous. So where do I think things can decrease or intensify? I do believe we could have like maybe a little second spurt near like the St. Louis area of some activity, because we are starting to see some storms get a little bit stronger down there near Springfield, but it's going to take them a while to get mature. Looks like Hacky Tabacky says, just looking at the storm down in Missouri from Canada with 6 feet of snow drifts outside. Yeah. Jeez Louise. XC Weather has a gust of 99 miles per hour recorded in Sicily. Jeez Louise. Yes, bad things are happening, unfortunately, in Europe and near the UK. Rachel says, bright and sunny here. Seriously, it feels like April. Yeah. Yeah, it's warm. Go over to the MRMS radar. Everybody can see. I don't know why the warnings are glitching out on me. Oh, wait, there's no warnings. A derp. Guess you know where all the snow went, right? Shout out the shadow. Let's go. Chazzy's a very expensive good boy. He is. He is. Especially now that he's got a bladder stone. Hey, thank you for the W stream. You know, honestly, though, he's really small, so the food costs are not too bad. Not too shabby. Let's check out what's going on in Arkansas. See if we can't catch any storms out there. A little bit of something happening here. Yeah, I make Chazzy chicken and veggie food. He really likes that stuff. It's not that expensive, but if he was a bigger dog, it would be very expensive. And this is what some of the rain looks like. As you can see, it's not too bad. This is in Springfield here in Missouri. Yeah, make sure this is current here. Go a little bit further east. Redbird made this app. Shout out Redbird and his friend. Working on your book while listening to this? What is your book about? Velocity radar in France is insane to look at. So much wind. Let's go look on radar again. Do any of these have velocity? No. Yeah, I would assume the wind is strongest like in this area of France right now. And also in this area of the UK. I mean, if you just look at how fast the rain is moving, you can get an understanding of just how fast the rain is moving in this area. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Cthulhu. Yeah, no weather warnings out there. It says severe. Let me see if I can take this severe warning off of this at least. Yeah, I can. Perfect. Other websites. And yeah, I don't have those websites, unfortunately. I'm sure they do. By the way, love the app and I'm watching live. Thank you. I appreciate that. Colt says, W app, I love it. Heck yeah. Can we get a nice overview of the risk of severe weather tomorrow? Yeah, we can give a little overview again. Meteor France should have detailed observations. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to, I didn't really think about having to add much for the rest of the world, but it does seem like I've underestimated how many viewers we have out here. I mean, geez Louise. Look, we have people posting out there quite a bit. So I'm going to definitely consider that. The thing is, though, we're kind of in a problem. The app is expensive to run as it is. So we're going to need some grassroots fundraising for sure. But I don't know how we're going to do that. But in order to add like more models, more radars out there, I mean, it takes a lot of data to update these radars. Right now, just as the app stands, it's about $10 to $20 a day, which is a lot of money. So that gives me a little bit of anxiety, but we're gonna, I think together we can keep this app running. But I just don't make that much money yet on the app or on my channel to put really much more than is already here. And even as it is, could go broke. This could cause homelessness for me. So it's a good idea, but I think we can figure it out. I think we can figure it out. I'm going to try my hardest. I'm trying my hardest to promote it and to get people aware of it, just so it doesn't have to shut down at any point. And it actually just, because like I think it's a really, really cool idea, and it seems like you guys think it is too. So I think we're on to something. But like the more popular this app gets and the more money that we have to spend, it's all going to go back into the app. It will eventually be, I want to make it the most like on par with other apps, so that it has all the features that you expect while also having the social feature as well. That's really the goal. And then I will eventually get a really cool idea that nobody else has thought of, and we will implement that as well. But we need to get it to a place to where it's at least profitable and not causing homelessness. That's the goal for now. I do want to see what the mesoscale environment is doing right now. Yeah, looks like we're getting capped out, which, with the amount of instability that we have, which is not much, that's going to really lower the threat. Do still have around 500 joules per kilogram down here in Arkansas, but you can see our storms are behind that instability right now. So it's not going to be until later tonight, I think, where we're going to see a resurgence. Still could get some strong winds if some of these storms can bring those winds down to the surface. And we even have some instability building back here, which is where our cold core threat might develop later today. Yeah, very strong wind shear though, 55 knots in the lower levels here, which still indicates that, maybe a brief tornado could still be possible, even with our thermodynamics being so terrible right now. Watching from Huntsville, what's up, man? We're neighbors. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, we do have a browser in app that is called resources. You go under like this tab here that does this little drop down. Also, you can do change the map styles. Dark. You can do this. You can do a satellite view. There's like a street view if you want to see streets. I like this one the most. Northwestern Missouri again, rain cleared up here. No alerts have been issued. Yeah. It seems like the severe weather is definitely taking a break. Well done for helping people understanding. I'm 13 and you are one of the reasons why I'm into weather. Oh. Well, I'm glad I can inspire the younger generation. I guess the younger generation is an all 6'7" and skibbity toilet. A rare warning for wind has been issued. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy out over there in northern France. Do you have a Cash App that we all could help you with your channel? Yeah, I have Cash App and Venmo. The link should be in the description. Yeah, we'll do like a weather circle fundraiser thing maybe. I have to think of something fun to do while we do that, or some sort of challenge, because we are going to need more funds. We're just not quite there yet in terms of our monthly subscriptions, but because it's just quiet. It's an off time. We will be live tomorrow. We will be able to do more promotion on this tomorrow. To hopefully get close, but the thing is that it's going to take a while. So, but it's a weird time. There's not a whole lot of winter weather happening in places that haven't gotten it yet. It's been pretty quiet, severe weather wise for the most part for a lot of the winter. So it's kind of a bad time to make this app, but we'll get there. It'll be fine during severe weather season, I'm sure. Springfield, Missouri, skies just turned a nasty color. Really? We do have a camera near Springfield. Let's see if we can get a view of those skies. Are you in like eastern or western Springfield? You're on the south side? Yeah, this looks gray and muggy out there. Near Campbell and 60. Well, this actually, I just clicked on the camera here. It says Campbell and Plainview. Is that close? Oh yeah, there's your nasty looking skies right there. When I'm live, I probably won't do that. I really don't like asking for money, but I really want this weather app to work. I really do believe it could change the way people report severe weather so dramatically that we won't I really do believe it could be one of the most helpful weather apps for the National Weather Service. So I do believe what we are creating here is revolutionary, and we just gotta keep doing what we're doing and keep showing people the app and keep getting them here. What is brain rot? It's basically when you constantly scroll on TikTok. It actually, scientists have actually figured out it actually rots your brain. It destroys the dopamine centers in your brain. So when you're off the app, like you lose focus. It lowers your attention span. It's really, TikTok is actually kind of a dangerous app. People want to help. I know you guys do. And you guys, like, that's what I knew, that people wanted to make storm reports, but I didn't know so many people would want to do it. Yeah, probably going to get severe weather in southern Mississippi. I think that's a pretty high chance. If you look at the SPC outlook for tomorrow, it seems pretty likely. Slight risk. Yeah, still no new severe thunderstorm warnings. It's still very quiet out there, which is great news. I'm glad our threat has diminished. 91 miles per hour winds in Brittany, France. Wow. I thank you, Corey, for the $10 of PLN money. Hire a professional beggar. Cheers. Yeah, we'll have to have a professional money asker. ITV new have a poor weather reporter out there in 40 plus mile per hour winds, and she's having to hold on to something to stop from blowing away. My goodness. They're trying to do the whole weather channel almost blowing away from the storm. Is slight risk something to worry about? I would definitely keep an eye on it. Yeah. So the latest SPC discussion you can see on the left side when you click on the category of cold risk, it says there's a slight risk of severe thunderstorms from central Gulf Coast to the lower Mississippi. Severe thunderstorms are in the forecast for Friday. At the start of the period, at a mid-level shortwave trough, surface cyclone departing the Great Lakes, while cold front moves eastward across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, stalling a southward extent across the lower Mississippi Valley and the western Gulf Coast. Bands of thunderstorms will be ongoing within a plume of low-level warm advection. That's probably a little bit too nerdy for most of y'all, but the basic thing that we are watching for tomorrow is damaging winds, hail, and potentially some tornadoes. If we come over to our tornado risk for tomorrow, you can see we have a 5% risk for tornadoes for New Orleans, Lafayette, Alexandria, Jackson, Hattiesburg, and Meridian and Starkville. Just like Night Wolf is just on the edge of that. Sure, people will help financially. I don't see your Cash App anywhere. It should be in the description of my live stream. Yeah, Venmo and Cash App are in the description. You just got to go underneath the video and click on the description. Brain rot is they're both similarly bad. Brain worms and brain rot. Never had TikTok and you refuse? I'll stick to my millennial life. Yeah, I feel you there. I've never used TikTok either. Wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour and already a few power outages in northeast Arkansas. Thank you for that update. Got any guess on what I can expect for the upcoming severe weather season? Not really. I don't like to guess that far out. Norfolk Sheep says even the UK gets emergency alerts now sent to your mobile cell phone. That's pretty cool. That's good that they've set that up. So, estimation in chat, how long until y'all think that Ryan Hall or max velocity is still my idea? It would be cool to have under the outlook discussions the risk and population with major cities that go in that risk. Interesting idea. 2 seconds? Yeah, they're probably stealing it right now. They're probably actively stealing it. Someone check in on them. We got any insiders from the Hall or Velocity community? 27 days tops. Okay, I'll hold you to that. We will not have that. Unfortunately, we will have no control. We will have no control. No, weather app, social media. I think if it's going to be anybody, it's probably going to be Ryan Hall because he is like directly partnered with WeatherWise, and they could probably implement this in their app pretty fast. Y'allbot has become sentient. It's already drafted a whole workable idea, probably. You know, Max said he was working on one. Yay. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. I'll tell you, this is what I predict. Someone's going to steal my idea. It'll either be Ryan Hall or Max Velocity Since they have more followers, nobody will use my app. They'll use their app, and we will have to shut down the app. That's what I think. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there actually is a modicum of respect, and people will respect that this is my idea, but I doubt it. Got copyrighted. You can't, yeah, like you can copyright it, but you can't win it in court. Because all they have to do is change a few lines of code or just code it themselves. Not gonna lie, UK Met Office forecasts are so bad. Are they really? I've never looked into it. Think positive. I'm thinking positive. I try to be as positive as possible, but I'm also a realistic person. It's a great idea, and I'm sure they're salivating. I think you Rin. Not long. Yeah, I agree with that. Jacket idea got stolen. Yeah, but that's like something that like it was just basically a joke, because it's like, you know, it's like me wearing, like somebody wearing a nice jacket suit for a weather report has actually been the norm forever. You're not too far from the red warning, which includes a threat of roofs being torn off. Yeah, I mean 100 miles per hour is pretty fast. I would be very upset if someone stole this idea, though. I would quit everything, honestly. This is the one good contribution I've ever had. So I would rage. But so far so good. We're the only ones, so we'll just, you know, I think I have more confidence in humanity than most people, so I don't think they're gonna steal it. I hope not, but you know, if they do, there's gonna be, I mean, I won't be able to do anything because I won't be able to sue or do anything about that. So we'll see. There are copyright protections, yes. But if you look around, like for instance, like you got Facebook, you got Twitter, they're all essentially doing the same thing. You know, technically Facebook could sue me if you could sue over something like this. You know, it's social media, but it's in a different platform and it's only for weather, right? So it's like somebody could easily steal this and get away with it. So it's going to happen. Question is, who's going to do it? And will people still remember me when somebody who is 20 times more famous than me steals my idea? We ride at dawn when needed. Fair enough. We'll have to get a whole army. When you report conditions under a warning, will that pop up or something, or will it just be there possibly with no one to see it? For now, when you report conditions under a warning, no one will see it, most likely. But you know, once we have like upwards to 10,000 users on the app, that will change. It's more of something that'll work in the future. So yeah, when a weather warning is posted, like for instance, you can see we have some winter storm warnings over here near Colorado Springs. When you click on that, it brings up a warning chat. And yeah, because there's not that many people on the app yet, you know, typing in here, you know, you probably won't have anybody respond. You know, you probably have a couple people see it because anybody can click on the warning and see what people are talking about. But they can't message unless they're actually in the warning themselves. So for now, it doesn't really make sense. But once there's a lot of people on the app, this will be another revolutionary thing where, so imagine this, you're back over here, say you're Colt WX. All right. and there's a tornado warning right next to him, but it's not over him yet, and you got a lot of people on the app, the people that are in that tornado warning are reporting what they're seeing, hearing, they're posting videos, photos. Colt will now have an access to what the storm is doing as it approaches him, unlike anything that he's ever experienced in his life before. He will know exactly what that storm is like before it gets to him because of everybody's reports in that warning. And that's why it's super important to have it geofenced so that it's only people in the warning that are chatting. You know, emergency management. I am thinking about, you know, once we get more users, having like after the warning is done, having past polygons stay in the database, but as grayed out, that you can like have that turned on so that even after the tornado, people can still talk about like what's happening in the community. You know, is there damage somewhere still? What's roads you need to watch out for, stuff like that. Because as of right now, when the warning disappears, so does the chat. So I do want to add a feature where it like grays out, and if you turn that on, like past warnings, you can still chat in there to communicate like emergency services and stuff. It should post notifications for warnings should be working. That should be working in the app. I haven't tested it because I haven't had a warning from my area since I've implemented that, but it should be working. When you get a warning, it should tell you, as long as you have post notifications on your phone. Chats based on offices. That might be too much. I was thinking like state-based chats, just in general. When you report conditions under a warning, will that pop up or something? Oh, yeah, no, I already read that. I don't know why that showed up twice. But yeah, that's the whole point of this app. I'm adding other features, but I think the main thing about this is that I want folks to be able to report what's happening so that the next person down the line can see what's happening. Trying out geo posts. Cloudy and mild here in North Carolina. Well, welcome in, Edward. Looks like you might have your show location off because we're not seeing on the map. That might be a glitch on my end. Let me just refresh it. Nope. Am I covering chilly weather? No, I don't really cover chilly weather, cold weather. That would be pointless. I'd be like, hey, it's cold outside. And you stick your hand out there and you'd be like, yep, he's right. And then you'd leave the live stream. Yeah, there is an API. There definitely is an API in Europe and in Canada, just like there is for the US. I have underestimated how many people watch me from these areas, so definitely gonna have to think about including more warning support in different areas. We have a couple of users over there in Europe, so definitely gonna have to increase some of those capabilities, but that's a lot of data and we're just not there yet. So Europe, unfortunately, Canada, for like radar and warnings, you guys are gonna have to wait until we get a couple more our users on, but I will definitely expand to other areas. Would there be a way for people to live stream their own live feeds? That again is another huge data intake part. It would have to be like, you would have to pay a special amount per month, I think, because here's the thing, most apps, they have like ads all over the place. I don't want to do that. But I'd have to figure out how much data it would be, how much that would cost me, and then figure all of that out. But that is something that I think would be useful to have. Got Weather Circle installed, excited for it. If you get copied, no way will I ever join the copycats. Well, I appreciate that. It's super expensive. It is super expensive. Yeah. But we have a cloud server. I could pull it off. The problem is that like every live stream that happens is like gigabytes and gigabytes of data, and all of that has to get stored somewhere so that people can access the app and see it right from different devices. So all that has to be stored. Hey, thank you, Regina, for being a member for 33 freaking months. My goodness. Yeah, it is super expensive. So I have to figure out exactly how much that would cost, and you know, and do some. It would have to be like an exclusive thing that you buy access to, I think, per month. But I just don't know how much that would cost. Because again, there's no ads, or maybe people would have to pay to view the live stream, something like that, like pay per view, something like that. So you don't have any ads. Because that is another thing. Like, I don't want this to become a bloated ad app, like YouTube or other things like that. So yeah, it would probably, I think I'm leaning more towards the live streams are free to do from the live streamer's side, but in order to view it, you'd have to pay like 3 cents when you click on it. And then like a little box would come up and you'd have to pay 3 cents to watch it or something like that. And then that profit would get shared between me and the live streamer. Because that's essentially what you're doing when you watch an ad. Instead of paying money, you're paying attention. I thank you, Harley, for being a member for 3 months. You have my support. Thank you for the service you provide. Yeah, no problem. And thank you, Regina, for gifting a gifted membership. Thank you. It can work. Yeah, it is possible. Quality control for streamers. You wouldn't want people paying to watch a pixelated, laggy stream. Well, I mean, that's for them to do. I mean, there would obviously be a preview of it that you could watch, like maybe 15 to 30 seconds, just to see if it's something that you want to pay for. But yeah, I think that would be the way around that. Evan Freiberger, Global Weather Network. It's possible. Hey, I mean, if we can actually make this profitable, we could do a crap ton with this app. You know, I'm the only person right now with admin and live stream privileges on this app. But I mean, we could get, you know, if we're going to be doing live streams, we could get that guy that's in Canada, Adam Skinner, I think his name is. We could get him on here live streaming. We could partner with somebody in Europe who could be live streaming on the app, and they would show up with a little live icon. I mean, the sky's the limit, but we need to be able to afford the data. That's the big problem, is balancing how much we do on the app with how much our data is going to cost to store all this information. That's the challenge from like a logistics point of view. Yeah, I mean, you could totally have global broadcasts where like everybody's working together at all times to keep everybody in every country safe. Yeah, instant weather. How do I put up with you for so long? I have no idea. How do you put up with me? Do I have an email I can reach out to? I have some ideas. Add me on Discord. That's way more efficient to getting in touch with me than email. I just never check my email. I know who you are, Bethany, so I'll be able to accept that pretty quickly. That's true. In the generation that will live now, it's harder to find people that are major trafficked areas where most people are going to be viewing from, most likely have good nets. Yeah. He's in Barrie, Ontario. Yeah, Adam Skinner, he is the Ryan Hall of Canada. And I hate to even put that on him, but it's just like, because, you know, he's nothing like Ryan. He's nothing like pretty much anybody I've ever seen broadcast in the United States. He's just such a humble, down-to-earth person. He plays guitar at the end of his stream. Like, does it get better than that? Not one streamer includes Alaska on their forecast or stream, like it's not part of the country. You see, I do understand that, but like I never like most weather streamers are mainly Eastern United States because that is like where most of the weather happens. Like, for instance, if there's a tornado outbreak, I'm going live. There's never a tornado outbreak in Alaska. Very rarely will there be a tornado outbreak in California. Now, we have gone live for fire weather before in California, so there are some exceptions. But like a lot of this snow, you know, it like if I went live for that, I just don't have many viewers from this area. And you know, I wouldn't really be able to reach that many people. Same thing with Alaska. I barely have any viewers in Alaska or Hawaii. I do have some, don't get me wrong. But nothing really happens that significant with severe weather usually. You know, so like, I mean, I've covered Alaska and Hawaii for tsunamis before, but it's more of just like a balance of, you know, is there something happening? And is there enough people in that area that will get the notification on my channel? Now, you know, somebody like Ryan Hall or Max Velocity with 1 million plus subscribers, they probably have viewers all across the United States, up in Alaska, in Hawaii. You know, it would make more sense for them to cover those states than at least for my channel right now. Got a new post. Ready Fish says, "Hi Evan, how was your day?" Doing all right. Doing all right. It's been a decent day. Looks like we got the warning out on the severe weather and the tornado warnings. And you know, I'm happy now that there's no more severe thunderstorm warnings and it's just rain. We're just kind of chilling and hanging out, talking about weather circle and future plans, all that kind of stuff. Europe doesn't really have a wide range of severe weather outlook apart. Well, you guys do. You guys do get some severe weather and some pretty big tornadoes sometimes. You guys are actually pretty active. You know, a Ryan Hall like streamer over there would work. You guys get snow, you get those big windstorms like you're getting today. Those happen like once or twice, sometimes 3 times a year. So who all can go live right now on app? It's just me, and that is for the live 15-minute personal forecasts, which no one has gotten, by the way. Looks like Rifty Fish is saying it's cloudy in Beloit, Wisconsin. But I just have to think of the right framework and the right pricing. And I think I could open it up to everybody. We do have stuff here, like right now. Yeah, exactly. Big friggin' storm is smacking northern France. I mean, 100-mile-per-hour winds. That is as crazy as it gets. And winds are probably picking up over here near Plymouth in the UK, southern UK, and northern France near Brest. How you say that? I hope I'm saying that right. Le Havre and Normandy probably getting some pretty heavier winds now starting to show up. Also looks like some nice snow maybe over there near Birmingham, UK. You said it right. Only in France. Am I right? Would it be pay to own or subscription? Pay to own. What do you mean by pay to own? I think PA Storm Trackers went live. Maybe. They might have canceled. Nope, they are live. Let me put them up here. They're in Palestine, Arkansas. You just have the app without ads. Yeah, I mean, the thing, I think what people don't understand about ads is like they say it's free with ads, but it's not free. It's literally not free. You're getting ads, and eventually you will buy stuff from those ads. That's why they serve those ads. So you're actually probably paying more. That's what people don't understand. No, I think the best way to do it is just pay per click for live streaming. It'd be like a cent, something really low. Then everybody would have their individual account. I think that's the best way. Then we could just not have ads. And it's so cheap. And it would cause people to think twice before like they watch the content. It's like, do I really want to support this person with a click? Because you're literally financially supporting them with every click. I think that's what I would like to do. Oops. Yeah, it looks like rain is continuing across Missouri. Over in Columbia, Jefferson City, Osage Beach is getting the rain right now, and that's eventually going to move to St. Louis. Maybe a little bit stronger winds in Springfield as it slowly moves off to the east towards Marshfield and Lebanon. Still some wind and rain in parts of Arkansas, over there near Fayetteville and Fort Smith. And rain and storms are spreading into northern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. Watch out for transaction and bank fees. I think it's something that will add up onto your account. And then once it hits a certain threshold, that's when it charges you. It won't be a charge on your bank every cent that you spend. It will add up. And then once you hit like $5, that's when you get charged. I've already thought about that. They could get bots to no, that's the thing. The bots would have to have bank accounts. So that wouldn't work. You can make a credit system, paying them to have credit to watch streams. I don't know what you mean by that. It just looks like, honestly, some rain is coming for St. Louis right now. If we come back over to our higher definition radar, you can see that we currently have like no pressing areas of rotation. It really does seem like our tornado threat has fallen apart, but just a lot of rain coming for St. Louis. Thankfully, nothing too crazy. No severe storms. Looks like our storm has really died off here as of recently. You missed Christmas already? You must have got good presents. Is this weather coverage? It is, yeah. But the weather's really quiet right now, so we're just kind of chatting about other things. Let me add PA storm trackers over here. So you get the user to pay before, not pay after they watch the content? No, so they're technically, it's technically a promise to pay. as it adds up on their account. Once they hit a certain threshold, that's when they actually pay. Basically, you pay for like a certain amount of credit, and then with that in-app credit, you buy the streams. Oh, actually kind of like that. That's actually the smartest way. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll call them weather circle tokens. Looking at starting a YouTube channel and not sure how beefy of a computer I need. Is 6 gigabytes to do basic edge edits. 6 gigabytes of RAM, 16 gigabytes of RAM is on the low end. To do basic stuff, maybe, but you're still probably gonna run into some issues. I would do, like, if just starting out, I would do a minimum of 32 gigabytes. Because eventually, you know, as you start off, you know, you're not going to have too much happening, but you're eventually going to want to have more stuff. So you want to leave yourself some room to grow. Kind of like buying stars on Facebook. Yeah. But instead of using those stars to donate, you're using those stars to watch the stream. Today looks kind of trash. Well, it has fallen apart quite significantly. It was pretty active earlier. We had a segment of the storm that had 70-mile-per-hour winds move through Tulsa, and a couple of tornado warnings, and we had a couple of tornado reports. I wasn't live for the ones in Oklahoma City because it happened really early morning. I mean, it's been pretty active today. It's just really quieted down as of late. I'm waiting for the 18Z models to come in. They should be processing right now. Let's see how many frames we have in. Yeah, we have 28 frames of the 18Z model in. That goes into tomorrow. We'll look at some parameters here. Go look at the cape. Yeah, I mean, still pretty low cape environment. Let me put this out of the way. Pretty low. The SRH. There's gonna be some decent storm relative velocity though. Yeah, it's gonna be a low cape, high shear environment. A lot of storm relative velocity. The 850 millibar winds. Not super strong, but definitely enough. Does it strengthen as we go overnight? No, it actually weakens as we go further out the day. It's going to be strongest this morning and then weaken as we go throughout the day. Looks like our trough gets kind of, our little shortwave kind of gets left behind there. Yeah, I mean, there's some decent kinematics there. It looks like it's going to be a low cape, high storm relative velocity or helicity, or not helicity. Yeah, helicity day. So let's look at our wind gusts here. The cool thing about the HRRR and 10-meter wind DU is that you can actually see velocity couplets. Let's see, let me try V. Maybe we can see better in the V. Yeah. Yeah, you can see there's actually like velocity couplets showing up here near Crystal Springs, over near Forest. Potentially even some rotation possible over near Hamilton, south of Amory. And yeah, look at this going into 11 a.m. Maybe a tornado possible near Meridian, north and west of Moundville. Potentially some QLCS tornado activity for northern central Alabama. Maybe Jackson's got to watch out for some tornadic activity as well. But yeah, it looks like it could be active. A little bit low on the instability side, and I'm wondering what the lapse rates are going to be tomorrow. Because if they're, again, in the southeast, when your lapse rates are below like 5 degrees or below 6 degrees, it really struggles to have any tornadic activity in the southeast. This is Pennsylvania storm trackers. They are at Love's next to a Cheeto truck in Arkansas. Yeah, that's for tomorrow, Bugsy. You got Weather Circle Pro today? Nice. Welcome. Thank you for supporting the app. I really do appreciate that. Is it supposed to storm in Beloit? There could be some thunderstorms, yeah. But likely just rain. I need high 60s for that attire. Yeah. Make it make sense. Well, they're used to the cold. If Teresa came down here to northern Alabama when we have 110 heat index, she would probably evaporate with the with the dew, with the moisture. Possibly melt. But just like the same, if I went up to there, I would need like 18 layers. I would be more jacket and pants than human. What about tonight into the overnight hours? Yeah, I mean, that's where it's going to be the most dangerous, honestly. But we could have some sneaky stuff happen. You know, the main thing about tomorrow is where does that instability line up with our shear environment? So looking at the instability for tomorrow, it's going to be there, but our convection's likely going to outrun it. But it still picks up during the day. Like, especially there in like southern Mississippi, like by 12 p.m., we could have, you know, another opportunity for some stronger stronger storms and maybe even some tornadoes. Like the corridor I'm really keying into maybe for tomorrow is going to be down here near Hattiesburg. But again, at that same exact time, our wind shear though is going to be getting a little bit weaker. Still around 27 or 25 knots. With what appears to be a little shortwave, like a lower level shortwave developing in like for central Alabama, but that's going to be north of all that moisture, because could cause some extra shear and directional shear. Maybe could get, you know, some brief tornadoes there, like near like the south of Birmingham with that little shortwave. You see how the winds come out of this direction and coming up out of this direction. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of wind shear tonight. A lot of wind shear. And then as we go into tomorrow, it kind of dissipates, but there's still going to be some. So there might be some like warm frontal tornadic activity if they can like latch on in the warm sector, potentially. A lot of little things to look out for. But again, if those lapse rates are too low, it's going to be over and done with. Thank you, Regina, for gifting a membership. Thank you. It will be displaced, yes. The strongest wind shear will be displaced from the instability, but with the amount of storm relative helicity that we're going to have, SRH can kind of act. So cape or instability pretty much tells you how much buoyancy is in the air. And so storm relative helicity can help with that buoyancy all by itself. So even though you have less instability, under 1,000 joules per kilogram, if you have enough storm relative helicity, you can still get tornadoes and surface-based storms out of it. And so there is going to be a lot of storm relative helicity going into tonight and into tomorrow morning, especially in like central Mississippi, going into eastern Mississippi as the storms develop. So that's why we're watching that area. And then that extra resurgence of instability, while there is still some wind shear and maybe some increased wind shear, lower level wind shear, and directional shear near a warm front, you can make the argument for tornadic activity there as well, which is probably why they brought that 5% risk a little bit further to the south. Thank you, Corey. I'm sure they would appreciate you telling that on their channel. Yeah, no problem. No problem, folks. I think there's going to be tornadoes tonight. It's very possible, yeah. I do think we could see some. When is it supposed to storm in Janesville? Let me see. You learn so much here. Well, I'm glad you're learning. We usually get more into detail about all this stuff when things happen. And the thing that one of my favorite things that I've added to the app is the resources tab. We can add so much more things to the resource tab. But yeah, here in the SPC meso analysis. So we usually go over the atmosphere in pretty high detail when there's like a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, let me check up there for you. Yeah, it looks like the timing of the heaviest rain should be at around 4 p.m. today. And then maybe some thunderstorms, some like cold core type low top thunderstorms could be possible going into 10 p.m. tonight. And then it transitions probably into a rain snow mix for you. Kentucky is going to have some higher shear there. But the instability should be pretty limited. Not too confident about a tornado risk there. But maybe some severe weather could be possible. But as you can see, you know, definitely some storms possible going into the early mornings, but that should clear out for most of Kentucky as we go into the afternoon hours. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. Yeah, you'll learn a lot, especially tomorrow. We'll be going over the atmosphere quite a bit. And I'm still trying to decide how I want to approach tomorrow because that warm frontal activity, kind of a little shortwave in that little warm front there looks pretty interesting. I'm not sure if I want to do an overnight stream tonight. Or not. I'm still thinking about that. Let's listen into PA Storm Tracker, see what they're quacking about.
West of Pine Bluff and up. So between us and Little Rock, so we could still get in front of it for sure on you, and that's why.
But it was a good idea not going all the way to Little Rock.
Yeah, or the whole way to Pine Bluff, because then we'd had to come back north to get it.
Yeah, I might take a nap if that's what I'm gonna do.
It's good to stay on this interstate. I think.
I saw a lady over there. She's walking a GSD.
Aww.
See, on the other side of that one.
I see the lady. I don't see the.
She's very pink. The dog is.
Well, all right, folks, I am starting to get hungry. Looks like our severe weather threat has calmed down right now. If it gets kicked back going, we might go live again. A huge shout out to everybody. Thank you for supporting. I've been working extremely hard on this app, and I know it's not perfect. There's going to be some glitches and bugs there that we're going to have to fix periodically, but I do appreciate you guys joining and, you know, giving these storm reports. It has been super helpful today. And I think we're going to build a separate community here on Weather Circle that I think is going to change the way weather reports are done forever. So I really do appreciate you guys supporting the vision of not only of my channel, but also the new app. So I really do appreciate that. So huge shout out to you guys. Might go live tonight at like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Might have to get like a case of Red Bull or something. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna have to get a nap or something like that. We're gonna raid PA Storm Trackers. So if you still want to be tuned into coverage of whatever's happening right now, they will be live, and I will send you guys over there. At the very least, go over there, show them some love, give them a little likey and a subscribe. And thank you, Donna, for posting. She says, hello from breezy central Montana, 31 degrees and sunny. All right. Is that warm for up there, I guess, for this time of year? Yeah, I'm super excited to see where this goes. But yeah, we'll raid and we'll be back on tonight if needed. But yeah, thank you guys again so much for tuning in, and I will see you guys on the next one. Peace.